Check, check. Oh, sorry. Does it sound blown up here at this spot? I guess we'll find out, huh?
Yeah, fucking.
We got a little bit of time still, so I can troubleshoot. Didn't we have this issue in Montreal too? Check, check, check. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hey, hey, hey. 1, 2, 3. It sounds blown out still. A little blown out. You're in input 1. Let's go that one. Check, check, check. Oh, okay. Gotcha. And that blows it out. It's a line. That's right. Yep. It does have it on that one down there.
He's Irish, fucking frauds. Cadbury's milk tray, the Jesters, party rings, old staple there. Twelves are great. Beans, of course, there's fucking beans. Marmite.
Do your settings on your camera real quick, and then.
Mate, stop it. It's really funny enough, I was looking at British, you can buy British food and have it delivered. It's all just sausages.
Check, check, check. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Is that good?
Yeah, try that one up there. Just infinitely better.
Check, check, check. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hey, hey, hey. Good. All right.
Why is that annoying?
Oh, yeah.
Just pull the card and double check it.
You would know that he is retired. I'm the only
Hello.
Joe, over here. Obviously, the last time we got to speak to you in person like this was in Mexico. It's not oftentimes when a fight falls out that close to fight, the UFC will rebook it on, maybe even a bigger card. So I guess, just how's life been since that when you had to pull out to now and you get to rebook with Kelvin on a probably bigger card?
I'm grateful for the opportunity. I think it's getting the justice it deserves, especially the type of fighters that me and KG are. So I'm excited, man. I'm just thankful that he took the fight, and we have unfinished business. And it was a very unfortunate series of events that happened out in Mexico. There's a first time for everything, and that's the first time I've ever not been able to make a fight and was that unhealthy that fast. And it just sucks, man. It sucks. It sucks just because all the time that went into it, the money. But at the end of the day, that's yesterday, and I'm in the present moment now, and we get to run it back, and I'm grateful for that.
Given the fact that you did put a whole fight camp for Kelvin, you cut the weight, you made the weight, and then you have to just redo it all again for the same guy, has it just felt like one long fight camp at this point?
Absolutely. It was back-to-back camps, so it definitely feels long. But, ultimately this is my job, and the only bad part about this, because otherwise I would be in the gym trying to get better anyways, is just that, I got a weight cut back-to-back. But I think I'm on top of it very well. I've always been a professional and made weight, and I'm excited to step in there Saturday.
And in terms of game planning for Kelvin, I assume you had him scouted out pretty well the first time, and then so what do you do in this second fight camp, essentially? Like, do you go back to the drawing board, or you just kind of stay healthy and just recut the weight and just kind of pick up the blueprint, run forward?
Yeah, I think we have the blueprint, and I think there's a lot of video out there on him to be able to study, obviously, which we've done. So I think it's just a continuation of the game plan while trying to fine-tune it even better, and just give me more time to prepare and just be ready for any situation times two. But, yeah, we're more than prepared for anywhere this fight goes.
And then last one for me, going off of that, a lot of fans, they'll give you flack for this, but Kelvin hasn't said anything. Like, he hasn't said anything negative. You haven't said anything negative about him. So I guess just how much appreciation, not just for taking the fight, but if anyone should probably be annoyed, it would be Kelvin, and he hasn't said anything negative about you.
I wouldn't expect him to say anything negative because, he's missed weight before, right? How many times? And that's not, taking a dig at him, but things happen. And I respect him because he has fought everybody. He's a tested guy. He's been here for a long time, so it would be wrong of me to come up here and disrespect him. Now, do I think I'm going to beat his ass? I do. That's my competitive nature. That's why we're fighting, and we get to find out Saturday. But, yeah, I would say I don't appreciate it, but I respect it. Because if he was upset and he had something to say, I can understand that. But as far as everybody else, running their mouth, they can shut the fuck up. Like, they're not the ones cutting weight. They're not the ones spending money. They're not the ones in a training camp. They're not the ones that, had to go through what I did. And I'm just grateful that he wanted to fight still. And we got it rebooked. Like I said, when you face off and you make weight and you don't get to do the dance, I think it's unfinished business. So I'm glad he's my opponent again, and I'm really grateful and happy that we get to run it back.
Joe over here. We've seen throughout his career some ups and downs from Kelvin. You mentioned like his weight issues. So I feel like we sometimes see different kind of versions of him when he's out there. I guess, what are you kind of expecting to see when you guys get in there? What version of Kelvin Gastelum are you hoping for?
I've trained for the Kelvin that fought Izzy, the guy that's going to be in your face, the guy that's got the cardio to go hard 15 minutes. And, so I'm training for the best version of Kelvin. I also thought, in my personal opinion, that KG has done his better work at 85. He's not going to be as sucked out as 70, obviously, but I still think that there's a huge power difference between us. I think there's a big skill difference between us. As far as me being more complete, I think a lot of people go off my Jack Hermanson fight, which is fine. But, that was my first big show, my first big test. Walked into it not 100%, had some things going on, and, it wasn't my best performance, but I didn't get rocked, I didn't get dropped, I didn't get submitted, I didn't get fraud checked. So let's redefine what fraud checked is. If anybody got fraud checked, we could say it's Bo Nickel. He got finished on his first loss. I lost a basically a split decision, 3 rounds to 1 or to 2. So it is what it is, man. Yeah, but I'm prepared for KG of old.
Yeah, and he's never been finished with strikes. I know you mentioned your power. When you're game planning for him, how much does that play into your psyche going in? Do you want to be the first guy to finish him, or do you have to adjust, like, this guy's probably going to take some of my better shots?
No, I mean, listen, I know I can finish him. There's no question. If my power touches his chin, I can fold anybody in this division. That's a fact. So that's just what I believe, and again, I believe it's a fact. Like, you can't take the kind of shots, especially if I'm sitting on my shots. I'm gonna hurt you, and at the very least, hurt you, and then it'll lead to a finish. But I mean, ultimately, my job is to go out there and win. I would love to get a finish over KG, but like I said, I'm prepared for 15 minutes. That's what I put in my mind. But make no mistake, I will be trying to cause damage, and I will be trying to get him out of there. And just because he hasn't been finished by TKO or KO in the cage doesn't mean it can't happen. So same thing goes for me, obviously. There's a first time for everything, but I'm really confident in my skills and my preparation, and I think I'll be able to get him out of there some way, one way or another.
Hi. You've talked, obviously, about your wrestling coach, Will Harmon, in the past. Given the proximity to media, will he be there on Saturday? Will you have any other friends? Or?
Yeah, I have a lot of people here. I haven't offered him to come yet just because of trying to figure out everything with tickets and whatnot. He's got 3 babies, and he's got a special needs daughter, so she requires a lot of his time. It's hard for him to get away. But, yeah, I mean, he texts me. We talk all the time, and he's always going to be somebody very special in my life. He's the guy that gave me the opportunity to pursue this career and be where I am now. So without him, none of this is possible, to be honest.
Has he seen you fight professionally in person before?
Yes.
Which fights?
That's a good question. He's been to a lot.
Okay.
He's been to probably all of my early pro fights. He was in my Miami fight. I think he's only been to 1 or 2 of my UFC fights just because of travel. He's a full-time teacher, a full-time dad.
Do you ever go back to Pencrest and try and?
Yeah, sometimes I'll go back for the pep rallies and just get the kids hyped up. So I try to show face. It's been a little harder because I've had back-to-back camps, so I haven't seen them as much this time. But yeah, I always try to go back and talk to the kids or just get them hyped up, and I don't forget where I came from. So the Pencrest Wrestling Room was special. Not just because of the program, but just because of the coaches and the lifelong friendships I built there.
Thank you.
Joe, right back here. Your team at Marquez MMA is already in conversation to be the team of the year this year. What has this momentum been like for you, and what's it like being surrounded by those guys day in and day out?
It's great, man. It just shows that we work hard and what we do works, obviously. And I don't really look too much into that. You know what I mean? We're all just equal people training and trying to pursue this dream the best we can. And, we don't really worry about if we win the award or anything like that. We just try to focus on individual fights, individual performances, and obviously the team success is huge. The momentum definitely helps. Everybody's happy, everybody's coming in and training harder, and you see guys that win on a Saturday and they're in there training on a Monday, Tuesday, like Nursultan. So yeah, it's definitely a good feeling to have the team winning versus obviously having to pick up your teammates when they lose.
And you recently partnered up with the brand Out Pouch.
Yeah.
They partner up with military dogs after they complete their service, which I think is super cool and right up your alley, right? What's it like being a representative of them within the professional realm of MMA?
I love that you brought that up. That's a great question because I just did, a deal with them, and I'm a big fan of Tucker Carlson and watching all of his interviews and just his outtake on things. And I'm just happy to support a brand that, actually stands for something positive and, they're impacting the world. And I think Tucker's doing a great job of that. And I'm very happy to be able to rep them on my back. And I hope that I can become, the first branded athlete for them at this level in the UFC. So shout out to Alp and Tucker Carlson. Let's get this dude's ass whooped on Saturday.
And last for me, you recently appeared in a documentary on Roku. What was that whole experience like for you? And are you glad that fans have the opportunity to kind of see your preparation from a behind-the-scenes angle?
Yeah, so the documentary is free on Roku. It's out finally after 2 years. We had a lot of things that we had to get through with licensing and who was paying what. And it was a little bit of a mess, but it's out. And I think the biggest thing with that is it doesn't show you obviously the preparation per camp, but it shows you my lifelong dedication to the sport, my commitment, and it goes beyond these interviews of ego questions, you know what I mean, where it's like, oh, you think you're the best, you think you do this, who you want to fight next. You know, it actually shows you the person that I am and what I've endured to get here. And I think it's very inspiring for kids that have had abusive homes or have had a rough childhood. And, you know, there's always somebody who has it worse. But I think a very big positive impact of my documentary is to inspire kids to stay in sports, stay in athletics, and, you know, whatever that unspoken gut feeling is that you don't know how to bring to words, figure out what it means, whether it means you want to be a top tier, you know, engineer or a scientist or a UFC fighter, go and pursue it no matter how anybody feels about it. If that's what you want to wake up and do at any time of the day to get better at, then go pursue it. So I think it's just an impactful story to show resilience and how to stay in sports and be a positive impact in the world.
Joe, right here. So after the pullout from in Mexico, you got a lot of hate in your comments and everything. Does that light a fire under you a little bit, or do you find it amusing?
They can still suck my dick, honestly. That's how I feel. It was not a race statement, which everybody tried to turn it into. Like, I don't like Mexicans and all this shit. I don't like their food. I don't like the fucking country. That's how I feel. I don't think as a professional athlete fighting somewhere with that kind of elevation or that kind of air quality and the risk, let alone just of the food, like the air quality and the elevation wasn't even hard for me to adjust to. I got there early. I slept in a hyperbaric chamber. I was adjusted. I was making runs. I was hitting. I felt great. It's just 14 out of the 15 meals I cooked, I didn't cook on the last day, and I got super sick, and I was sick for weeks. So, yeah, I got a lot of hate because, you know, I'm sitting there borderline crying, upset, and gutted that I didn't get to perform. I make the weight. I felt great, and then all of a sudden I get hit with this vicious fucking shit, vomit, throw up. Like, it just, like, the sweats. I lost 14 pounds in 7 hours, and I slept 1 hour. I was literally close to making weight again when I woke up. I was 193 pounds. I'm a dude that walks around at 220. Like, it wasn't feasible. And I've never had to pull out of a fight, so it was very disheartening to see people be like, oh, we hope the cartel kills you. We hope your plane crashes. Oh, you're a pussy. We hope you die from whatever. So it's like, all right, suck my dick. That's how I felt. And that's why I said Mexico's a shithole, and I'll never go back. I won't fight there. But the people were nice. I have no problem with the people. It's just fighting there as a professional athlete makes no fucking sense to me. That's just my personal opinion. So everybody claims they love free speech until it's spoken, and then they try to censor you, or they try to say you're a racist, or they try to say that you hate people. It's like, whatever. Think what the fuck you want. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, I mean, you told Kelvin you almost got robbed there. I mean, it definitely wasn't a good experience.
My coaches and my teammate got fucking stopped by the police because they were trying to shake them down for cash that they didn't have. Like, come on, dude.
Crazy.
Like, if we got to talk about fucking why anybody would dispute that it's not the best country, all we have to do is look at how many people have crossed the border and who knows how many fucking years. Like, come on, man. Don't act like it's such a great place. It's ran by gangs and fucking law enforcement's paid off by gangs. It's not that great of a place. Stop fucking coming at my neck. You know, they got 2 hands on my dick at all times. It's fucking frustrating.
Joe, right over here.
1 second. On a lighter topic, actually, I just wanted to ask, this will be your first fight with your black belt. How much can we expect to see you show off that black belt in this fight?
Well, I think Kelvin, just my opinion, I think Kelvin's afraid of my power early, so I wouldn't be surprised if he wrestles to try and tire me out type deal. So we're more than prepared, brother. I think I have very underrated grappling, very underrated wrestling, and I think the only negative people can go off of with my game in that regard is just the 5th round against Jack, because I was fucking exhausted in a 5-round fight, my first 5-round fight. So I'll be good, brother. But yeah, hopefully if he gives me an option to grapple fuck him and take him down and beat his ass, then I'll do it.
Over here, Joe. One of the biggest comebacks in the sports is your hairline. Do a lot of fighters ask you about it because it turned out really well?
I don't know if that's an insult or not.
No, that was a compliment.
I'm going to remember your motherfucking face now. No, you're right. It is one of the greatest comebacks, man. This shit is fucking flowing. It's a little thin. I probably should get it a little thicker, but yeah, it looks good. It looks good. And I'm not somebody that really cares. I even know everybody's like, well, you went to Turkey. It was offered. Me and my coach went. We got it. And it was a great experience afterwards. But yeah, fucking look at this shit, dude. I'm still ugly as fuck, but not as ugly.
Best of luck on Saturday.
No luck.
What's up, Sean?
What's up, guys?
I'm sure there's a lot of things going on emotionally heading into this fight, but I'm curious for you, what is the most important thing here? Getting the title back or beating Merab and proving you can beat him?
Beating Merab, 100%. Like, I wanted the, even if Merab would have lost to Umar, like, part of me just wanted the Merab fight back. So, the Merab for sure.
Is part of that because you feel like you came pretty close to actually beating him first time round, and it's just a couple of little adjustments that'll make the difference?
No, it's just losing. Like, after the first Cheeto fight, like, I wanted that fight back so bad, but I was like, I knew I'd get it back eventually. It had to make sense, timing. This one's the same thing. It's just like, I just got to get that one back.
It's funny, I feel like the narrative's somewhat changing about your first fight. After the first fight, everyone's like, oh, Merab washed him, it was an easy win for Merab. But now people are going back and rewatching it and realizing it was a little closer, especially that 5th round. What do you feel about that first fight, and what do you think people were missing in the moment to not realize it was actually that close?
Yeah, I think the 2nd and 4th round were so dominant for him. It just kind of took over the whole fight, which I totally get. Like, I analyze my fights more than anybody, so after I rewatched it, I was like, well, that was a lot closer than people thought. But it doesn't matter if it's close, if you lose. So, yeah, I'm planning on this one not being so close.
You talked about the changes you've made in your personal life, lack of social media and all that stuff. How do you feel that will actually play into the performance on Saturday, if at all?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess we'll find out. But I feel just overall and a lot. And I never felt like I was in a bad place or sad place or dark place. I always felt pretty good. But I always felt like I could feel better. So I think whether it helps the performance or not, like, I feel better. So that's all that matters.
Physically, I think there was like a video going around of you on crutches a while back there and stuff like that. How much better do you feel for this fight than you were the first time around with Merab?
You say crotch?
Crutches.
Oh, crutch. Like, there's a video going on my crotch. That's not good. Crutches for no, it's yeah, I feel a lot better this fight. This whole camp's been a lot better.
Nice. Is your father in your corner for this fight?
Yeah. Dad's in the corner. His 60th birthday. That'd probably be the coolest gift I could give him. So he's pumped.
Does that just make it all a little bit extra special? Just have him there, or?
It does. It'll be cool. He gets nervous before the fight, so it'll be kind of, for me, it'll be kind of funny to watch him in the back, and because all the boys, all the corner, like, we've been through this so many times. Like, we're very calm in the back. It's just, another Saturday night for us, but for him, it'll be funny to watch him pretend to be calm. He'll just be like,
best of luck.
Sean over here. Outside of all the changes you said you've made to your life, but you had a new son, you saw your daughter get her first stripe, you're building a house. So I guess just outside of the stuff that people have been asking you about, just how's life been in general since that first fight?
been good. Nothing to complain about. Had a healthy baby boy a couple weeks ago. Hey, that's just like all this stuff is fun, and I get to do this. Like this is all good, but it's like that Sunday rolls around. It's like back to being dad, back to the family. So that's all this provides to be able to live the life we get to live, and I'm super grateful for it. But yeah, it's puts it in perspective what life's all about.
That line you said you were too attached to that sugar character that was on the countdown. Is that why you didn't dye the hair or anything for this fight, or you just didn't want to sit down for it?
I just didn't want to sit down for it. I love the pink hair. It's fun, but it's a process, and I was just kind of. I thought bringing back the OG hair would be pretty cool too. I think last time I had this was Jose Quinones. The first time I did my hair was June 6, 2020, so almost 5 years ago to the day, and. Yeah, so it was pretty crazy. I thought bringing back the OG hair was cool.
Tim's done some interviews. He said, the lighting was weird. Chael said that you were pulled in all these different directions and just all these distractions and everything. But in other interviews, you seem to kind of stop yourself when you could give excuses. You kind of stop yourself. It's in the past. I just kind of want to. It is what it is. I think is what you say. So it feels like. What is that like? Like you could give excuses, but you just kind of stop yourself from kind of doing that.
Oh no, my hip was my excuse. I've been saying that. I had a torn labrum. It's like, I walked into that cage confident. I was gonna beat Merab. I don't regret walking into that cage. He beat me. It is what it is. My performance wasn't as I rewatched it. There was things I could have done better, but in the cage that night I felt good. I just didn't prepare the way I was supposed to because I wasn't able to. It wasn't because I was fucking around doing other things. I was still at a good camp, disciplined, weight was good, everything was good. Just wasn't able to do what you need to be able to do to fight someone like Merab.
And Javier Mendez gave an interview after Umar's loss. He said Merab just knows how to win by, like, whether it's showboating or just holding people against the fence and making it look like he's dominating when, you said it's a lot closer than maybe people think. So how is that an accurate kind of description of how Merab wins? Like, he just kind of knows how to squeak out these wins?
I mean, he's definitely a master at getting in positions and kind of doing enough to make it look like he's. I mean, the win streak he's on, you can't talk too much shit about it. He's crazy win streak, beating the best guys. He's winning. That's all that matters.
And then there was a video of you going on, I think it was on your YouTube channels. You were watching the rematch between Nate and Connor. Was that just a coincidence? Because even Connor seemed to pick up on it on Twitter.
I've been just watching a bunch of fights lately. I don't know. I've just been watching a bunch of fights.
And last one for me, Mario's welcoming Patchy Mix to the UFC. What do you make of that fight? And Patchy not only coming into the UFC, but facing against Mario.
Yeah, Patchy adding to the bantamweight is sweet. Makes the bantamweight division even that much sweeter. Fighting Mario's tough. He's super tough. I know he got a lot of shit for that Jose Aldo fight, but he's on a tear. Mario is legit, very, very high level, very skilled. I'm excited for that fight.
Sean over here. Any chance you could move the water bottle out of the way? Appreciate it. A lot of talk about these changes, obviously. Like, how much of that is tied into what you feel you need out of a result? Like, are you just happy that you've made positive things in your life and it's completely unrelated to whether you win or lose this fight?
What was your question? Sorry.
Just all like kind of the changes you made. Did you make those working towards a different result, or is all these things separate in terms of like the man you're trying to be and the fighter you're trying to be?
Like I said before, I've always felt like I'm a happy person, but I was like, my life is everything's so perfect. I should be even a little bit. I should be more happy. Like, what can I take away to add to my happiness, to my peace? And it was just take away distractions, and that was for me as a person, not necessarily as an athlete, and want to be a better fighter. All that stuff will make me a better fighter, but it wasn't necessarily for that.
Gotcha. I was talking to Dominic Cruz about all that stuff going on. He said he feels this is going to give longevity to your career, probably more so than maybe other lifestyle choices would have. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I would agree with that. I'm 30 right now. I feel like we haven't got to see me in my prime. This might be the first fight in my prime, but I want to stick around as long as possible, and longevity is on my mind every day.
Do you feel like you have to knock Merab out in this fight, or do you see options for submission or decision?
I feel like I can win this fight in any which way, and we'll see Saturday night.
Yeah, and if you get that belt back, do you feel like this is a trilogy that would need to be completed, or would you kind of look at other options out there?
Definitely possible. I like having options. I like it's nice to be able to have options after a fight, so that's possible.
Yeah, and just last one, Merab said he wants to have 4 title defenses this year. He's already talking about having 2 more after you. Do you feel like he is giving you your appropriate respect and focus going into this rematch?
I can't tell you what that dude's thinking. I don't know if he knows what he's thinking. 4 is crazy. I mean, if anyone could do it, he ain't going to be able to get it done Saturday night, so no. But someone like that could fucking bust out 4 in a year.
Sean, right back here.
Sean, over here. After you win your fight against Merab, if you win, what are your plans? Training with Adesanya is something that you will keep?
Izzy was just in Arizona. He hit me up. I said, pull up to the gym, hang out, and that was super cool. We live very far apart, so probably won't train with him much more, but, just back to work.
And who is next? Do you have someone in mind? Maybe Cory Sanhagen?
Like I said, the Merab trilogy could be there. Peter Yan rematch could be there. Cory could be there. There's so many options after this fight, but pointless talk about until maybe Sunday rolls around. We can answer that.
And is it possible that maybe in the future, if the UFC fans asks for it, we'll see the Sean O'Malley and Chito Vera trilogy?
Did you see that last fight? Probably not.
Okay, thank you.
Sean, the last time you came off a loss was when you finished Thomas Almeida and you went on that crazy streak to become champion. During this camp, did you ever reflect on those times, think about what it took to kind of buckle down and do what you did there and prepare to do something similar?
No, I definitely, yeah, the Thomas Almeida fight was one of my favorite performances, one of my favorite knockouts. So, coming off that loss and coming back to that performance, definitely, I've watched that fight back a few times and would love to Thomas Almeida Merab.
And I respect the life changes that you made, and I'm assuming that they helped you in other ways other than your professional MMA career. Did you feel refined, healthier in other aspects of your life? And if so, what were they?
I just feel more slowed down. Like life's just a little bit slower in a good way.
Thank you.
Is kind of on that same note, do you feel like maybe you're able to be more present with especially your family now that you're kind of maybe not distracted with that persona, that the Sugar Sean persona?
100%.
What in what ways? Like, are you just doing more things with your family, or like, how does this kind of manifest?
I just feel like I'm not, you catch yourself, even if I catch myself driving, like kind of surfing Instagram, like, what the fuck am I doing? Just like catch myself and doing stuff like that, or like playing with my daughter, surfing X, like what am I doing here? So I feel like it just limiting those distractions, definitely more present with the family, with training, with friends, just in general.
And it just seems like in general, you got your father in your corner. You're talking about a lot better times with your children and that kind of thing. Do you just feel like you've grown a lot closer to your family, especially now that you're 30?
I enjoyed my 20s. 20s were good. I feel like 30 was time to really grow up, and I'm very happy with how my 20s played out. I was able to stay dialed. I stayed disciplined. I was always focused. I never was lacking in fight camps, and never was an issue. Just now I feel like I'm just evolving.
Do you think you would have gotten there if maybe that fight in September didn't go the way it did, if you had won that fight?
Yeah, I do. I do think I would have gotten there because I've wanted to do that for a long time. I think that just kind of either pushed it forward, but I do think I would eventually have gotten to this spot. But yeah, you never know.
And then one more question about the fight itself, the fact that this is a rematch. You're no stranger to rematches now. How much do you kind of, especially from your first experience with Cheeto and everything, how much do you draw upon the fact that you've had time in the cage with this person to be able to help you in this case?
Yeah, I mean, we both had 25 minutes together, so if it helps me, it helps him. But he didn't get the best version of me, so I don't know if he's overlooking me. I don't think he is. I think he knows this is a tough fight. But yeah, I feel like I got a good version of Merab. I think he's in his prime right now. He's had the best performance of his life against Umar. But I don't think he got the best version of me, so I think I can surprise him.
Actually, one more question. I mean, we've seen you kind of have some fun in the cage, too. You like to whip out the basketball moves and that kind of thing. Are we still going to see that if you're feeling it, or is that kind of past now?
It just comes out when it comes out. I don't plan that shit.
Okay, thank you.
Just to kind of play off the theme here, I guess, when you gave up these things, you said you were more present, but did you pick up any, like, new hobbies? Did you start, maybe reading more? I mean, was there anything that to pass the time?
Definitely been playing some poker.
Okay.
Poker with the boys is a hell of a time. It's pretty much it. Other than that, everything else is just a little poker.
Was there one that was harder to quit than the others? What's your full list of changes? I mean, what's your list, and which one was maybe the hardest one to give up?
They were all, I haven't had an issue with any of them. It's just like I'm just done with them. Now we're here.
That's gaming, social media. Anything else?
No, that's about it.
All right, over here. Last time I asked you about Dana White privilege. Do you think that concept still plays a role in how fighters get opportunities in the UFC?
I don't know. You have to ask Dana that, but they see potential in people, and if you give the UFC opportunity to if you go get some sweet knockouts, they're gonna post them. It's gonna be all over. You do some sweet shit, they're gonna post it. They can't make that shit up. That shit I did. Like, I've earned where I'm at, and super grateful for the UFC.
Yeah. One other question. Your coach Tim Welch recently said Merab is the best bantamweight of all time. Do you also believe that?
I do. Yeah, Merab's the best bantamweight. I think Aljo was. at the time I beat him, and I think Merab is right now too.
All right, thank you.
Sean, obviously this McGregor thing kind of blew up online, and you watching the Diaz fight. I wonder, like, what do you gauge?
I haven't seen it, to be honest. Fill me
Right.
in.
Oh, well, of course you're not on social media. But what do you gauge when you watch that fight? Because I can't think of it as being like a particularly similar matchup stylistically or anything to this rematch between you and Merab.
Well, so I was watching a Connor Nate. I don't know what you're talking about, but
Yeah.
I want to tell me what.
No, but basically, like this footage of you watching the Conor Nate rematch. Like you mentioned, you've been watching a lot of fights. What is it that you gauge from watching that fight in particular? I mean, it doesn't seem like a super similar fight to this one coming up on Saturday.
No, yeah, I just been watching a bunch of fights. I didn't even know there was like something. We just have cameras recording so much. I didn't realize like that was a moment that got captured. I've been watching a bunch of fights. Been watching some rematches. Watched Chuck versus Randy. Which I've never watched Chuck Liddell fights. Like obviously I knew who he was, but I've been watching a lot of old school fights. It's been cool. But yeah, I've always taken inspiration from Conor fights. I watch Conor fights more probably than my fights more, but I've watched a lot of Conor fights. But what did Conor say?
Well, he was very complimentary. He was basically comparing the way you're preparing for this fight to how he prepared for Nate too, and it seems as though the relationship's back on track between you two.
Hell yeah, I'll take it.
Are you happy about that? Like obviously, I know it's been rocky with you two, but it seems like now all good again.
I'll forever be a huge Conor fan. I feel grateful to be able to watch his come up like in my generation. Like I watched it happen. So I think we'll look back. I mean, he had one of the craziest careers. So it's cool to be able to watch it happen. While I was getting into the UFC and everything. So yeah, I'm pumped that the relationship's back to good.
And last thing, just you've had a pretty star-studded kind of camp, and people talked about Izzy before, and I know that Demetrius Johnson was over as well. How much I'd imagine DJ probably you can gauge a bit more because he's more your size and someone who can better replicate probably what Merab can do. But how much does it benefit having sort of A-list names like that in the camp?
Yeah, I think it's cool just for the guys that train at the gym. You see Israel Adesanya come in and take class, and you see Demetrius come in rolling the gi. Like it's just super inspiring to everybody. It was inspiring to me to see how humble they are and wanting to continue to learn. It was both we trained one session with both of them. It wasn't like, hey, what do you think? What should I do? Hey, like do this for Merab. Like it wasn't like that. It was more just kind of random, but it was really really cool.
Oh, and also, do you know what's going to happen with your mate Schmitty after the fight? Is he going to get into the after party?
I got a jet home at 3 a.m., brother. There's no after party this time. I'm going straight home.
Thank you.
Sean, over here. Looking back at your previous fight, is there a specific thing that you have learned that you think that will be crucial for this fight against Merab, the rematch?
I go with this kind of mindset every fight. It's like every time I fight someone, most of the time, it's like for them to take me down. Like, don't let him touch me. Don't let him touch me. If he doesn't touch me, I win the fight. So it's the same mindset I went in with Aljo.
I just saw a video of you and your team doing this atmosphere of the fight. Whose idea was this? Is was something to motivate you or to manage the pressure of this rematch?
Yeah, no, it's Tim. Tim said, hey, we started training later in the afternoon. We've never sparred that late, so we just did a whole simulation, kind of the walkout, stood in the cage, waited for a little bit, and yeah, just simulating it, kind of visualizing it.
You are known as being a finisher on the first rounds. You have also a good records on this division, but also Merab is being known for his gas tank. He is going for the 5 rounds. Do you think this could go to the decision, or are you looking for finishing on the first rounds?
I would not be surprised if I finished him. I wouldn't be surprised if we went 25. I'm prepared for it to be a war.
Thank you.
Yep. Thanks, guys.
Patchy right here. Little change of scenery. How does it feel? First UFC fight week, a couple days into the week. A little bit different than other things you've experienced?
Yeah, it's a little different. It's pretty, it's not, I mean, I've been in Tatiana's fight week for, I was just there for her world title fight, which is even a lot more than this. So, I kind of see it from like afar, but now being like doing it myself, it's a lot different than, let's say my last couple, like the Bellator fight weeks and of the past, the experience that I have.
Yeah, and having that big period of time where you weren't fighting, you weren't active, you were waiting for a fight, and then all of a sudden, like snap of the fingers, you're on the UFC roster, you have a fight booked already. What has this last couple of weeks been like for you? And just the excitement level too. You've gotten a lot of a good reception online.
It's been really good, honestly. Not having a fight, that's why I wanted to stay ready. Like I stayed ready for a whole year. I had 2 fights canceled. I ended up going to Dubai and beating up the one champion and grappling for, just to do anything, just to stay busy. So it was like, super exciting when we got the call. And then like my coaches, they're super, they're pumped and thrilled because, obviously the UFC is the biggest organization in the world. So it was the perfect timing to accept a fight. And my weight had already been in check. Everything was already, all the boxes were checked. So it happened overnight, and I'm just blessed to honestly be here now.
Yeah, and kind of going off that, I mean, you've never lacked motivation. I think a lot of people consider you one of the best bantamweights in the world, regardless of where you fought. So I'm curious, though, for you, as being able to associate your name with the UFC, does that unlock something in you as well? Like, is there an extra fire now, motivation for you?
Yeah, I feel I've always just been motivated to finish and to be on this, like I'm a killer in there, I don't really take steps back. I try to hunt people and finish them. So it just lit more fire to kind of do what I've already done. I was 11-0 as an amateur, finished everyone. 20-1 as a pro, finished freaking everyone. And now I have this new run, start over right now in the UFC. And I'm going to start by finishing them all,
Yeah, and your debut, you're coming in fighting the number 10 guy, Bautista. When you envisioned yourself going to the UFC, when you started to have those thoughts, I guess where did you think they were going to match you in the division? Like, is this kind of what you expected? Did you think you were going to get thrown right at the top? Or I guess, are you happy with the number 10 for your debut?
Yeah, I'm grateful for, obviously being out of fighting. I'm grateful for anything right now, to fight. I think I'm one of the most decorative world champions, being a 3-time world champion at 20-1 with 15 finishes. I think that's more decorative than Kaya Sakara, Michael Chandler, even Patricio Pitbull, seeing as I beat the guy that just beat him in Sergio. I think that it's a little bit, I'm one of the most decorative champions. But I took this fight because the UFC needed someone to take this fight, and I put my name in the hat because something intrigued me about Mario Bautista being on a 7-fight win streak, just beating a legend like Jose Aldo, and me not fighting for a while. I looked at the upside, I could do a solid for the UFC and fight and take this guy out, take his win streak. But when I look at the rankings and stuff, I feel like, I could have tried to hold out for a higher ranking or a different name or something, but that's not my style. I don't mind going through Mario Bautista, and then I'm hunting them all. So if I want to be the best, I have to beat them all.
Yeah, and last one from me. A lot was made of his last fight, the fight against Aldo, the excitement level or the lack thereof. I guess, do you think he's going to try to utilize that same sort of game plan with you, and how do you make that the fight not have a higher level of excitement?
Well, I think they just had like a stalemate in positions because Jose Aldo has good takedown defense and Mario was able to hold him up against the fence, but Jose Aldo doesn't really like move against the fence. So I think it's not just on him, it's not only his fault that that fight kind of was lackluster, but no, he won't be able to do that against me at all.
Patchy, over here, other side. In the last few years, we've seen a lot of these big free agents come over, and the story they always say, like, when people would ask what they do for a living, they go, "Oh, I'm an MMA fighter." They all go, "Oh, you're in the UFC." They go, "No, I'm in Bellator. No, I'm in PFL." Have you had that experience too? And since the signings, how's it feel to finally tell fans maybe that didn't know, haven't seen you fight, to be like, "Oh, I'm in the UFC actually"?
Yeah, I feel like I've had that my whole career, but I've won like years ago. I won $1 million years ago, so You know, when I say I'm the Bellator World Champion, the $1 Million Champion, you know, $1 Million Tournament winner, I feel validated from that. But now being in the UFC, you know, it clears like a lot for like the casual fans that don't know the, you know, the layers of promotions and stuff. So it's like, it is something, yes, I really like to check off my box. And now when I tell people about MMA, I could just tell them that I'm in the #1 promotion in the world, and it's the UFC.
To kind of go off that diehard remark you made, I feel like, you know, when Chandler came over, people were just kind of happy that he got the opportunity after like a decade plus in Bellator. Same for MVP, and you know, Kayla had this history with the double gold medals. But I feel like the diehard fans have been extremely excited for you specifically because you're in your prime and
Yeah.
you were the reigning champion. If you felt like you're the diehard fans, like this is the fight that they've been wanting to see.
Well, bro, because out of everyone that's ever come over, I'm 31 years old, and I'm 20-1 with a very, very close split decision. I mean, close decision loss. I mean, I could be 21-0, one round removed. You know, I'm in my prime. I have like an 80% finish rate, and the last 5 guys I fought have like a record of like 120-15. You know, that's like, you know, like crazy amount of experience that they have and crazy good names. You know, so I feel like I'm one of the most hyped prospects that ever had come over. But maybe if the promotion didn't sell and all this stuff, I don't even know if I would have been able to get out to come over. You know what I mean? So like, I guess like everything just worked out for a reason, and I belong in the UFC. You know, I am among, if not, I truly, full-heartedly believe I'm the best bantamweight in the world, and I need to be in the UFC to prove that. So I'm happy to have the diehards, you know, like the support and stuff, but I'm looking forward just to proving it on Saturday why the people support me, why I'm as, you know, touted as I am.
Well, you just said the record of your previous opponents was like that astronomical number, but I even like the first media day you did when they announced it, I think someone was even like, "Oh, now you get to fight the best fighters in the world." And is any part of you like, "Well, I have been. It's just it wasn't."
Bro, I've already been doing that. Magomedov, who I've beaten twice and finished, has wins over Yan. Bandejas, who I finished in a minute, has wins over Merab. You know, like much respect though to them guys. But I'm saying I've been fighting. Kyoji Horiguchi fought for the UFC world title. He's 7-1. Sergio Pettis, I fought him at his prime. You know, he was in the UFC at 23. I fought him at 30, coming off a 7-year win streak, and he just beat Patricio Pitbull. You know. So, like, and I'm finishing these guys. Rufian Stotts, 19-1, 2-time national champion, knocked him out in a minute, like, you know. So these guys, only other losses to Merab. They're all sleepers with really, really good names and records, but I don't have a lot of, like, validation for beating these guys. So when I go fight Mario Bautista on Saturday, I don't think it's a step up. I think maybe he's as good as the last 5 guys I've had. Maybe he's not. I don't even think he beats all them. But I know that it'll validate my career when I finish him on Saturday.
And just last one for me, you know, given how Mario's last fight went, like fair or not, like fans, he's not the fans' favorite fighter right now. They kind of maybe hoping someone beats him. So facing someone like Mario, plus being on the undercard of the bantamweight title fight, all the timeline, is it just could this have gone any better for your UFC debut?
Yeah, like I'm a surgeon, not just in grappling, but like the moves I make, and I thought really thoroughly about taking this fight and what it will do to me. I needed to be on this card to be around Sean O'Malley and to be around Merab and to be around this world title fight. I need to smell that. I need to see it. I need to know, you know, I need to know what it's about. You know, I need my head right here. I wasn't gonna watch this from home. Like hell no. I got an opportunity to be here, and I got an opportunity to take this guy's win streak, and that's what I came here for. So 100%. You know, I'm looking through Mario Bautista and the opportunities that it gives me on Saturday night, and I needed to be here for it, you know.
Patchy right here. You've been extremely active throughout your entire career, but this is actually the longest layoff you've ever had coming into a fight. Do you feel like that extra time off was crucial looking back on it for preparation, or do you feel like it just delayed the inevitable?
I feel like it just helped me like grow. I needed to grow in other ways outside of the cage. It helped me be resilient, and it taught me a lot about patience. Like in this last year, because I had so many fights canceled, because I was just in the gym, I learned how to fall in love with MMA again. Like I used to just like, for a long time I was doing MMA because, I was champion and it came with everything. But this year it came with nothing. Like I didn't get not one thing from the sport back, So what I did is I tried to help all my other teammates. I tried to just be in camp and try to help as many people as I can, the Dan Iges, the Juliana Rosas, the Stan Mans, the Kobe Fairs, all my training partners. I tried to help them while they were Jeremy Kennedy, while they were getting ready, and all my jiu-jitsu buddies too, like the 10th Planet guys, Andy Varala, Brady, Spence, Adam, like all those guys. I just helped my teammates, and in this last year, I just fell in love with training. So I feel like I was dangerous like a year ago, but I'm like 2-3 times more dangerous right now.
So you've been on the side of the journey that Tatiana is currently on many times before, along with her. How much has she helped you acclimate and prepare for this moment?
She's helped me a lot, from everything at home to everything we do on the daily. I train with her. I drive home from training with her. I eat my food with her. I lay my head down with her. So it's she motivates me, and I spent weeks with her in Australia, and then we had come home and just took a little time off from training, and then maybe a week or two, because her knee and stuff, and we just kind of hung out, and then just got right back to it. And she's been in the gym lately too, so it's she's right there training, sparring, doing everything she can to become the best as well. So it's very motivating for me to have the support.
Patchy, right over here. I know that you come from a place not too far from here, upstate New York, and a couple weeks ago you posted a picture of your family saying how you hadn't seen them in a little bit. Can you tell me, what a perfect timeline this week would look like? Would it be getting this victory and seeing your family, kind of where you come in this part of the country where you come from, something like that?
Yeah, we're already over here, so just like I said, I can't pass this debut up. I made my Bellator debut against Ricky Bandejas. I was a humongous underdog, and I choked him out in 1 minute. All my family and friends were there. So now I make my UFC debut in New Jersey. All my family and friends are here. We're going to have a humongous feast on Friday night. I'll have 30 people out at dinner. And then I'm looking forward to Saturday, waking up, shaking out, and going out there and putting a master class on. And if it's not a master class, I don't care. I will go to war with this kid all day of the week.
And one thing I know about you, too, is that you live by the motto, stay ready. You're always putting stuff like that on your Instagram. And I feel like it probably could have gotten tough to stay ready, right? Because you had nothing to look forward to, nothing lined up and stuff like that. So how hard was that to do, and how happy were you when you had finally gotten the call that you had something to prepare for?
Yeah, I come from Extreme Couture, and I'm one of the main staples of our gym, aside from me, Strickland, Curtis, a few of these guys, these, and I'm always training. I'm always, I don't believe in training camp. I don't believe in I spar I'm in training. I do everything, I'm always training. Like a fight camp, that's what I live my life like. So they said 3 weeks, but this is not 3 weeks. This is honestly months in advance that I've been training super, super hard for a moment. I knew something was about to pop, but I just didn't know what it was. And luckily, they called me.
And last for me, yesterday you posted a video seeing some fans outside the hotel signing the UFC posters for the first time. Did that bring a little bit of, extra motivation or excitement? Was it kind of new beginnings that may have been exciting for you?
No, I'm just super down to earth and humble, so I like to interact with anybody, man. I treat the doorman like he's just because I'm a world champion previously, made millions of dollars fighting, whatever. I don't look at anybody as I'm better than them. So the fans and stuff, man, I love to interact with them, or just follow them on social media, or take pictures, or just communicate and talk. I want them to know that I'm a super normal person as well, and I don't because I've been so good for so long, won 31 out of 32 fights over 11 years, and really had not much to make me a star and stuff. I feel like that's made me so grounded and humble. like among other people. You know what I mean? So it was super cool just to interact with them and to have the love, because there ain't never been no love like that at a Bellator event.
Patchy over here. You grew up having to sell your school lunch for $1, beating up another kid for $20. You use that money to buy groceries for your family.
Who quoted that? I don't know who quoted that. This video came out. I don't know who quoted that. I don't know about that one, man. I think that's a misquote, honestly.
I wanted to ask, is there any specific lessons that your childhood did to shape how you are today?
Yeah, there is a lot of lessons. My mom, she adopted me and my my brothers and sisters. A mother, I'm a single mother of 4. She raised all 4 of us kids, and I was only a pound when I was born, like a pound 8 ounces. So I was a premature baby, and my adopted mother brought me into this world, and gave me a life that I'm blessed to live today. So she's watching on Saturday, and I'm looking forward to repaying the favor to my mom and my family, and making everyone's dreams come true, not just mine.
Well, Kevin over here. Obviously, we saw you just recently in March over in London, welterweight fight. You said, you didn't really know if you're going to do middleweight, welterweight. If you were going to go to welterweight, probably needed a bit of time to cut down. So I just how's life been? How's camp been? How's preparation been for Vicente at welterweight?
Things were good. I thought I was going to fight once and then didn't fight that fight. So I just kind of stayed in the swing of things. I had this grand slam I was going to hit for the turkeys. I couldn't hit my grand slam for the turkeys, so I only got to kill like 1 turkey. So it's been a shit show, but it's cool.
So it was good, but also a shit show, is what?
Yeah, I mean it was chill. I didn't get all my side quests done, so that's kind of fucked up.
What was the fight that you almost got that you had to?
I had the Baratas fight, but then Gary's popular ass came and took it. So fuck.
Was that an annoying, like maybe even mentally, kind of like you thought you had the fight and then all of a sudden you didn't have the fight?
Nah, I'm used to it. That's been my whole career. They say, Kev, we need you. I'm there. We don't need you no more. See you next week. So just used to it.
Well, they came to you with Vicente, and I feel like when they announced this, I think fans were surprised that you'd never been matched up before, and we're kind of excited that the fight's finally happening now. So what do you make of Vicente as an opponent?
Yeah, I wanted Vicente Luque the last time I came down to 70. I was trying to go for a little run, so it was always a name that I liked. So when he finally called my name, I was like, shit, about fucking time. So here we are.
Well, it seems like, 2 well-rounded fighters that have finishes both on the feet and on the ground. So I guess what type of fight are you expecting from Vicente?
Hopefully he can tap into his old self, and it's like and show up. It's like he usually takes punishment very well and then delivers punishment right back. So I'm a little longer than some of the guys he's faced before. I know that he's fought some tall guys, but he never fought a long guy like me. So it's like I expected to go my way 100%. Had this been a few years ago, then I'd probably tell you it'd be a true barn burner. But I'm gonna say a barn burner so the fans will be happy. But 100% my way.
So when you say you hope the old Vicente comes out, is that because like the last few fights, maybe like especially like the Buckley fight, I think people kind of talked to, he didn't look like the Vicente of old in there.
It was something else too, but it wasn't just the Buckley fight. It's just certain little things that Luque does, and I've seen a couple interviews where he said a few things. It's just he doesn't even believe he takes punishment as well as he used to. So it's like when a guy's known for taking punishment and delivering punishment, it's kind of sad to see that start to fade away.
So, like you said, like 3 years ago or 3-4 years ago, probably a barn burner. So, do you envision that this fight kind of ends inside the three rounds?
Yeah, I don't think he has the durability that Nelson had. Once I caught him, he was able to shake back And that's just from having, some time sitting down and letting that chin rest and stuff like that. So, no, I plan on going out there, touching that thing early, and I don't think he gets back up.
How many fights do you think you get into this year, like by the end of the year?
So I thought you were going to ask me this weekend.
It is new.
By the end of the year, I think for sure I'll hit that. I think I'll for sure hit 5 to 6 fights before the year is over with. I mean, realistically, it's like we're already at 3, and it's like 2 more would be easy as hell. 3 more is really idealistically I could do, but that just means I'd have a really busy year, and that means next year probably wouldn't be as busy.
I mean, the Noche card just got moved to Texas.
The Noche card did just get moved to Texas, but until Texas figures out their legalization of marijuana, it's kind of hard for me to fight there. They don't want you to smoke a whole month out from the fight, and that's difficult, And it's like I still have a life to live, so I got to smoke my weed.
And then just last one for me, your reactions to the new champion at welterweight with Jack, a guy that you had history with.
Oh, yeah, I think it's amazing. I remember I said a while back between Duplessis and Bilal, which one was a better champ to watch, and I think that, of course, Homer Simpson over there, freaking dude's fucking wild, but he's such a fun person to watch fight. Duplessis is a better champ to watch than Bilal, so it was pretty cool to see Bilal lose the belt. I thought Bilal was going to lose the belt regardless. I've been said a long time ago when Islam was teaching him how to hold the belt that if it wasn't somebody else that'd take the belt from him, it'd be Islam. So I thought Islam was going to come up regardless and take it.
What did you make of that fight between Jack and Bilal? Because I think even fans were surprised at maybe just how exciting it was between those two.
I mean, Bilal's best win to me was Sean Brady. I was shocked that he ever beat Brady, but I've never thought the world of Bilal. It's like he's a hard worker. He puts in the work, but I mean, camps boil down to who's going to put in the most work, and as long as you outwork Bilal during the camp, you could damn sure outwork him in the fight. So it's like that's all he really has is work ethic.
Kevin, right here. So I haven't seen you do any interviews in the lead up to this fight. Was that an intentional thing, and why exactly?
Yeah, ever since the Jackson podcast interview, I really don't just do none of that shit anymore. It's like they kind of killed it for everybody. And speaking of that, they still owe me a couple grand, and they always do a bad job of paying me on the first of the month. They always pay like around like the 10th or something like that. I don't know if they're having a money problem, but they need to do a better job paying me on time. So, future reference for all you guys that want to do interviews, I charge out the ass now. So, unless you're getting it this week, you ain't getting one.
Could we potentially see you bull riding soon and potentially maybe call out Cowboy Cerrone in a different sport?
Yeah, I mean, I'd be down to get on bulls. I think I was on a bull way before Cowboy Cerrone ever was on a bull. And it's like, there's no reason to call him out. It's like, he's not even that good at riding bulls now. So, it'd be a waste of time.
So, this is my last one, and I'm sorry I have to ask this. But you predicted that JDM would beat Bilal and that Islam would come up and beat him. Then Ilya would come up and fight him. My only question is, where does Kevin Lee fit into all this?
Oh, same place I've always been. Sitting at home, smoking weed, and collecting checks.
Kevin, right back here, piggybacking off of that PBR stuff. I saw you training an actual bull rider, Andrew Alvidrez, in the gym. What was it like having a guy from a different, I guess, combat sport, very dangerous sport in the gym with you, showing him that type of stuff?
He was a cool guy, really, really humble. It's crazy to know that these bull riders, they go against an animal as vicious as a bull or as big as a bull, and they're still just very humble, calm, collected guys. So it was really cool working with him. And then I actually got to go to the PBR and see him ride, and he actually took first place in that part that he was in. So he won him some good money. So props to that guy. Congratulations to him. I love the money.
Can you talk about a little bit about, your love for bull riding? I see that you're, a fan of the sport. I love the sport too. What do you make of that sport?
I don't know if I'm a fan of bull riding, right? It's like, my boy Cowboy used to ride bulls, and I'm always giving him hell, like, I'm way worse than that bull. So it's not that I'm a fan of bull riding. My son's a big fan of bull riding, so I guess that's where my passion comes in at. Whatever my son likes, I love. And I hope that he can do really, really good in bull riding. But no, that's for Cowboy, and my passion is just I enjoy the farm life, I enjoy the hunting life, and I just enjoy being outside.
100%, man. I actually work at Bass Pro back home in Connecticut. I had a young gentleman from Dallas in the other day. He wasn't a UFC fighter or a UFC fan, but, I had to bring up the Trailblazer and ask, if he knew about you. And like I said, he wasn't a UFC fan, but he still knew who you were. What does it mean to represent the Dallas-Fort Worth community like that and really just have that love, from people who may not even know the sport of MMA?
It's great to have love in the DFW. It's great to have love. I mean, I feel like I represent Texas pretty well, not just the DFW, because I'm always in Houston as well. You know what I mean? So it's like I'm happy to live in Texas. Never gonna take anything away from being a California boy, but I'm for sure a Texas man.
100%. Thank you.
No problem.
Right, over here. You recently said on the Jackson podcast that you don't want to be a world champion. So if that's not your goal, what are you fighting for?
For money. I mean, what the hell else would I be fighting for? It's like everybody who fights for a world championship, that's great. But at the end of the day, they all got to pay bills. So if they tell you they're not fighting for money, they're a goddamn lie. And if they tell you they're not fighting for money, we'll tell them then go back to what they used to get on their first contract and see if they like that or if they hate that. So I'm always fighting for money.
All right, one other question. How is your current relationship with Rampage Jackson?
My current relationship with Rampage Jackson? Bro, Rampage Jackson's not in the UFC, is he?
No.
Get off his dick. Thank you.
I'm out of here, guys. Have a good day.
Hello, everyone. Good to see you.
Well, Merab, over here.
Yes.
Obviously, we just saw you in January, and since then, you've done a lot of media since then ahead of this fight. So I guess just how's life been and how's camp been since that win over Umar back in January?
Life's been very good. Like always, I'm just grateful for everything. Yeah, after Umar fight, lots of things changed, and I think I get so much respect. I always get respect before, but like after this fight, like it's just been more positive, more cool, and everybody recognized my hard work, and I'm just grateful for UFC and grateful for MMA fans because of UFC and because of MMA fans, I have a best job in the world. I love my job. I enjoy what I do, and I have another. I'm just every time I have another fight, I'm just blessed and I'm grateful, and I'm in my dream.
I was gonna ask because you did a couple even before the Umar fight. You would do the Q&As in Abu Dhabi. You would do all these interviews, and it was always Umar, and people were maybe even labeling him the uncrowned champion. So you kind of touched upon it, but what has been the fan reception and the media reception since you did defeat Umar? Are they actually putting respect on your name now?
Yes, I guess. Yeah, people wanted to see this fight, and now once they see, now they move on quick. And since that, it's just been very positive. Every time UFC offered me Umar, I say yes, and it was no problem to fight Umar just under contract. With MMA fans and some what's they called some drama people and stuff. It's like I always. I don't like how they ask me, and I don't like how Umar was acting, But of course, at UFC, I say yes to. I was ready for fight, and since that there is no drama and everything is good.
Do you like this build up to Sean now? Because it's been pretty respectful between you two. He even was in here and said he called you the best bantamweight ever. If anyone can fight 4 times in 1 year, it's you. So it's been very respectful between you and Sean, this build up.
Yeah, of course. Listen, most important is just show up, fight day, and then fight. And that's we don't have to have a drama if it's not organic, if it's not real, I like it because now, when you look, O'Malley is best deserving contender for now, because Corey Sandhagen just fight. He's just coming from new win. Yeah, I think he's maybe next. But before, I guess Peter fighting somebody else, and then no one. It was no one. So I guess me and Sean. That's what UFC wanna book, and of course I was ready for whoever. And just this is cool. Just respect each other. I respect him as a fighter, and so it's nice to hear from him to respect for me too. To be honest, I'd rather he still talking trash. It will be so much better, because So, but it's all good. This is good how these fights build. I'm good, man. We just have to focus fight, and then. This fight will be much better because this time no excuse. This time, I get much better, and then I'm gonna looking for finish.
Well, you kind of touched upon it. No excuses. You want, his coach has said, he had a bad hip and the lighting was weird. Chael Sonnen said he was being pulled in these directions. Sean's made a lot of lifestyle changes. So, did those excuses bother you at all after that fight? And how soon did you want to fight Sean to kind of prove that I was just the better man no matter what?
No, after the fight, O'Malley said even he said in his interview, even when my mom asked me what was wrong with you, I tell him nothing. I just lost the fight, and then the excuse starts a couple of days later. But yeah, so I just wanna give him another chance, another. That's what UFC wants, and then I think he he's dangerous because when I was fighting him and it was first time so easy, and my thought was how this guy can beat Aljamain Sterling, because I training with Aljamain Sterling and he make me humble every time I training with him. So, but that's why the O'Malley is dangerous, and I recognize that, and I cannot relax any fight with him. Even if we fight 10 times, I have to still treat him as a dangerous guy.
We saw a video of you training with John Wood at Syndicate, and his phrase was he wants you to turn the fun into a finish. That's what he wants to see you doing there. So how does Merab do that? How do you turn the showboating and the fun into a finish in the octagon?
Yeah, so I think this time I will be more focused for finish and more focused for damage. Yeah, like, I first fight when it was too easy and I was too relaxed there, and I see everything, I control everything, and I did kiss him. I did make fun of him, but this time, so I'm gonna focus more. Like finish. That's what we was working on, and that's what I'm looking for.
And then
just looking for too.
Last one for me. It's one thing to fight 4 times a year as a contender in 3-round fights, but to fight 4 or 5 times a year as a champion, that's 4 or 5 5-round fights. How do you combat burnout and just exhaustion from just constantly preparing for these title fights?
I love training and I love fighting. Everybody who knows, I always training. Even I am in vacation, I'm still running. I'm still doing my best. And like I said before, every time I have a fight in UFC, I'm blessed, and that's what I love. I'm just happy to be busy, happy to have a best job in the world to fight. Hopefully we're gonna switch the weight cut style. I'm gonna after this fight 1 month later, I wanna just test weight cut, like new style. I wanna ask UFCPI help, like with John Wood, and I'm still doing a kind of my style, like my old style weight cut. And if we find there is more easy way than how every fighter is doing, like new style weight cuts, and then I will be even more happier to fight.
What's the current style, like the old style you're using?
I followed the beginning, I drink like 5-liter water like a couple of days, and then I still go my old style. So since last night I stopped drinking water, I stopped eating, and today of course no eat, no drink, and on a hard working session tonight. Hopefully I can cut 4 pounds, and then tomorrow I have to cut like 4 or 5 pounds again. So usually what every fighter does, last day, which is Thursday, they cut 10 pounds. But me, I split those 10 pounds to 2 days, but I don't eat and I don't drink last 2 days, and that's how I cut weight. So, and then if we test and if it works for me and how they do also, they sit in hot tub or they sit in a sauna blanket, or in sauna, and they cut 10 pounds there. But me, I split 10 pounds to 2 days, and I usually run or work out. That's how I cut last 10 pounds. So, and if we figure it out, then it will be this test weight cuts easy, and if it works for me, and I'm gonna keep it, and I will be even more happier.
Rob, right here. You're on a 12-fight winning streak right now, and the only people in UFC history that have won 13 fights in a row or more are Anderson Silva, Islam Makhachev, Kamaru Usman, George St. Pierre, John Jones, Demetrius Johnson, Khabib Nurmagomedov, and Max Holloway. What would it mean to you to be in that very elite group?
Wow, this is big, and yeah, this is another motivation for me. But this is great. But I'm just gonna focus for my next fight, like I was before, and then we, God willing, win this fight, and yeah, lots of records, lots of new history will made. This is good, you know. I mean, it means a lot, you know. Just to mention my names with these guys, I'm grateful.
Yeah, and I know you said you're kind of maybe going to be willing to take some more risks in this fight compared to the last one because you felt it was easy against Sean. Someone might say it took you so long to get to the belt and so much work, right? Why would you take any additional risks? Because, well, Sean got the immediate rematch here against you. People wonder if maybe you would get that same opportunity if you were in that spot.
One more time, please.
Why would you take as many risks in this fight or more risks than you need to when it took you so long to get to the belt? And if it doesn't go your way, you might not get the immediate rematch like Sean O'Malley did.
Yeah, I understand, but no problem. I don't mind to give him this fight back or chance, take a risk. You know, I'm a fighter. Every fight is risk, and life is risk, and you gotta. I don't. That's good for me. I mean, even if, hey, everything can happen in the fight. I may lose if they don't give me much. I don't give a shit. I just wanna fight, and I just wanna be busy. And but work we put in and shape I am. I believe I can beat this guy again one more time, and I'm looking for beat him even dominate ways. And yeah, so actually the how dangerous he is, it excites me more.
Merab over here. You know, your best friend Aljamain Sterling is here. Do you get more nervous when you fight or when he fights?
It's always like this when your friend is fighting, you nervous more. But also same time, I know how good Aljamain Sterling is, and I'm also very comfortable every time he's fighting, and I'm very stuff like this. But when I fight, I'm not nervous at all. Just weight cut is always my number one thing. Once I make weight, everybody will see how happy I am after and fight. I'm just go there and do my thing.
And it looks like you're learning a lot of good style from Aljamain Sterling. You got the green suit on. You got any sponsors you want to shout out?
Yes, I learned so much from Aljamain Sterling. Yes, most important is fight technique and wrestling technique and good, fight stuff. But yeah, I learned how to dress from Aljamain. It's classy. Yeah, I have of course good sponsors like this watch from Georgia called Tsikolia, which is good, and shout out to all my sponsors and shout out to all the sponsors who's willing to sponsor athletes, and thank you guys. And
Merab, over here. How do you see the rematch with Sean coming? He will try to avoid the taking downs. Do you think it's going to be this time again 5 rounds, or maybe you could finish it before?
I'm ready for hard fight. I'm expecting best Sean O'Malley and best shape ever, and like I said before, I'm looking for finish, but if I have to beat the share of him in 5 rounds, I'm ready to do that too.
Also, you mentioned Corey Sandhagen. After you win this fight, maybe to Sean O'Malley, he will be the next for you. He asked for the opportunity before.
Yes, so right now, clear contender looks like it's Corey Sanhagan, especially we never fought each other. Yeah, he is. He has a good style, good fighter. He has a lot of win. He beat a lot of good guys in this division, and I'm sure MMA fans wants to see this fight. But most important is what UFC wants, you know. And I am champion now, and whoever UFC will give me, I will fight the next contender, the next best guy in division.
And last one, Merab, most people in social media said that the less risky thing that you do is fighting, because you always do a lot of risky things in your personal life. How do you respond to that?
Yeah, I agree with this. In every fight, I never get hurt. I hurt myself when it was my second fight when I was fighting Ricky Simon, and I take him down and I landed in my head and knocked myself out. That was only fight I get damaged. Every other fight, as you guys saw, I'm usually fresh and just little scratches. But usually after the fight, I'm healthy and injury free. But even outside, I do lots of crazy stuff, especially if I'm in nature. Something animal wakes up on me, but most injuries I get in training, you know.
Thank you so much, and good luck.
Thank you so much.
Merab, right over here. There's been a recent addition to the bantamweight roster. Of course, Patchy Mix is now in the UFC, and I know for you, you've spent a lot of time in the gym with him, especially in Las Vegas, on the mats and stuff like that. What do you think about him being in the UFC now, and how he fares in this division?
Patchy Mix is a great fighter, and yes, we're training a lot. He's one of the best, and I respect him. I'm happy for him he's in UFC right now, and I wish him all the best. It's good for UFC, good for division. We have another top fighter in this division. It's good. Yeah, he told me he was coming UFC, and we talk about this. You know, it's even we are cool, we are friends, we are training together. It's not like same like it was between me and Aljo. And if the times comes that we will fight each other, it's nothing personal. He's fighting for his family, I'm fighting for my family and my team, and that's all good. And I wish him good luck to his fight, and hopefully I'm gonna win this fight against Sean O'Malley, and we'll see from there.
And this could be a big month for Georgian MMA, with you defending your belt this weekend, and then later this month you'll have Ilya fighting for the vacant belt. What would it mean to you to be the spark of such a big moment for the Georgian community?
Man, this will be everything for me to just win another time for my country in UFC. You know, of course, every time I fight UFC is blessed, and then especially, yeah, now we are even. I'm sure my win will motivate Ilya and other UFC fighters again. Just yeah, another reason to why I have to win this fight.
And last for me, Sean hasn't fought since the original matchup, and of course you have. He's had a lot of a lot of time to prepare for only you. What do you expect from Sean this fight around, and do you see him doing anything differently than he did in the first fight?
Yes, like he said, he should be 70% better because he quit lots of stuff. He quit social media. He quit smoking weed, and I'm sure he was more focused wrestling, getting better knockout power, and yeah, I want to test all that. And yeah, I'm ready for best version of Sean O'Malley.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Over here. Pantoja is a very dominant champion at flyweight. If he moves up to try to become the double champ, is that a fight you are open to?
Yes, he's respectful champion, and if he moves up and UFC let him fight for the belt, no problem. I'm a champion now, and I will fight whoever UFC choose to me fight.
My other question is, like you said, Sean O'Malley has talked about quitting smoking and adopting a healthier lifestyle recently. Do you think these changes will affect how he competes against you in the octagon?
I was talk all that in Aljo's podcast, everything about this. Sometimes you can be best shape, but you can still lose the fight. Sometimes all this doesn't matter, but of course it helps. You have to do your best always in your training camp, and most important is he's very humble now, and I think these things will help him. It looks so humble for me, because first fight when we have a face-off or every time we met, he was always just give the disrespect me. He looked me on top like he was thinking he was better than me, and I'm sure all these changes will help him.
Yeah, last question. Do you believe you humbled him?
He seems more humble than he was before my fight.
Thank you.
Merab, you just obviously you've kind of opened up about obviously this broken toe, and you kind of tend to have injuries going into these fights. I wonder, are you feeling better going into this one than you were going into the Umar fight? 'Cause I know there was some pretty serious injuries going into that one as well.
Yeah, this training camp is 10 times easier than Umar's fight. Umar's fight, I was serious injured. Like my back was, I don't know how fucked up. Like sorry for words, and yeah, my leg was also like not good and infection and stuff like this. And then in training was very challenging for me, but this time no problem. I was able to training every day, couple times a day, and I did my best in training camp. Now, like I said, I mentioned before, now it's like weight cut process. It's always same, mind game, and I am so much better than my last fight.
The weight cut is something that you're concerned more with than actually having a broken toe?
Say one more time.
You're more concerned with the weight cut than having a broken toe?
Oh yes, of course. Yeah, weight cut is always challenge.
Obviously, this is a place that means a lot to you, like this part of the world, and I know that this is kind of where the story with Sean all began, because I know this was where Aljo had his first face-off with Sean in the octagon and everything. Would it feel right to sort of finish the whole story with Sean O'Malley in this building?
I mean, we have, of course, so much story and so much stuff, but yeah, I'm just focused of good fight Saturday night and just show my skills, show my, show good fight people, show people what they deserve. I think it's gonna be a good fight, and yeah, like I mentioned before, make him humble again. It's a fight. Everything can happen. Not always best fighter wins, and I'm gonna make sure not happening this time. I believe I'm better than Sean O'Malley, and I gotta make sure I have to do my job best, and I wanna beat him. That's it.
The last one, as an opponent, where does he rank in terms of the best guys you fought? I think 4 world champions. Where does he rank among the best opponents you fought?
Right now, he's my next opponent, and every time I fight somebody, I have to treat him as a best challenge, and he's my next one again, and he's the best guy now. He's in best shape, and he wants to knock me out. So, and right now, I'm gonna put him as #1 because he's my next one. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
What's up, guys?
You guys good? Goodly? Oh, Vicente over here. Obviously, it's been a bit since we last saw you compete in the octagon. I know you were kind of angling for maybe a spot on that Miami card, maybe against a Masvidal, or rebooking maybe that Diaz fight. But I guess they came to you with Kevin Holland. I think when they announced this, fans were surprised you hadn't been matched up before, considering how long you've been in the division. So I guess, did you want to fight sooner, and what do you make of Kevin as an opponent?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely wanted to fight sooner. After I had a quick finish in December, so I was, fresh to get back in there. But at the same time, we needed to line up an opponent that made sense. And I think Holland is a great opponent. Like you said, surprising that we didn't get matched up before. I think our styles match up so great, to have a possible fight of the night. And yeah, I'm excited for this fight.
Well, he was in here earlier, and I think his exact phrase was, he goes, "I hope Vicente can tap into the old Vicente that we'd seen that can go in there for a war." And he seemed like maybe you don't take damage as well as you have in the past, and he thinks if he touches you, you're not getting back up. So I guess, how do you respond to, not just him, but maybe fans say like, oh, maybe Vicente can't be in these wars anymore?
Well, keep an eye open on Saturday. You guys will see. You guys will see if I'm ready or not for war. And yeah, I'm excited. It's a big fight and a challenging opponent. I like it. He's going to take out the best out of me, for sure.
Did you have to bring in anyone specific? Because Kevin is a pretty tall welterweight. He's obviously was ranked a middleweight at one point.
I mean, I didn't bring anybody specific because there at Killcliff we have so much talent, so many guys. I've worked a lot with Delano Taylor for this fight, Jason Jackson, also Gregory, Robocop. We always train together, and I mean, nobody gets bigger than that guy. He's really tall, very explosive, and kind of trying to get all these different guys to give me different looks, because really Holland is unpredictable. He's not that kind of fighter that always fights the same. Sometimes he'll bring some crazy moves, and sometimes it works. So I got to be ready for that kind of unpredictability. But I feel ready to any area he wants to bring the fight.
And quite a few of Kevin's past opponents have brought in people and told them to, maybe not bring him in, but can you talk to me during the fight? Because, Kevin famously has full conversations during the fight. So have you incorporated that into your training as well?
Yeah, especially Delano, he did a little bit of that during sparring, and it's fun. It's funny, but it's fun at the same time. I watched a lot of Kevin's fights, and I don't know. I just think he fights the way that he is, and I don't get bothered by that. I think that he's definitely trying to play into the mind of the guy, but I think it's gonna be fun, and I'll enjoy it in there.
Last one for me, unrelated to your fight, but I think the first episode of Embedded, your son kind of stole the scene when you asked him, what do you do when you see an alligator? And his response was, fight it. So I guess, what are you teaching your son, and how many alligators are you running into down there?
Man, I'm not teaching him to fight alligators. He just thinks he has to fight anything that is dangerous, anything that I tell him, hey, this is dangerous, and no, I can punch it. Like, I remember I would tell him, like, hey, watch the road, because if you go there and a car comes, it can hurt you. And he, no, but I'll break it. I'm like, no, you're not going to break the car. So I guess it's good. I think he sees me training for so long and sees me fighting. I think in a way he's incorporating that in him. And he's a tough kid. And I don't know. I like it. It's a pleasure to be a dad and to be able to watch him grow.
Is he going to be a fighter?
If he wants to. I never imagined him being a fighter. I don't incentivize him to be a fighter, but if he wants to, what can I do? If it's his dream, if he really likes to do it, I cannot go against that.
Is he in school? Is he trying to fight kids in school too?
No, he's not fighting kids in school, and he's really good at that. That's something that I've talked to him a lot about, and I mean, martial arts is one thing, street fighting is something else, and I tell him, hey, we are not here to fight people, just for fighting. If you want to compete, we got to do it the right way, but outside we should be disciplined, and we should actually, instead of fighting people that provoke us, we should go and talk to them, hey, why are you guys like that? You mad? Is there something wrong? Can I help you? And that's what I try to teach him.
Vicente right here to your left. you go into this fight with 14 finishes in UFC welterweight competition. Matt Brown, who's been retired for a couple years now, has the record with 15. I know you don't try for the finish, it's just kind of the way you fight, but what would it mean to you if you could tie that record in this one?
Man, that would be awesome. And yeah, I'm definitely chasing that record. Like you said, like I don't chase the finishes; they just happen. But that's my style. That's what I do. I go in there and I fight with all I have, and usually that's gonna end up in a finish because if either I find a submission or a knockout shot, it's gonna come eventually. And if I can get that record, man, that would be amazing.
Vicente, right here. Going back to kind of what you were telling your son about, hey, don't go into fights and that kind of thing. Does Dad go against what he did as a kid? Were you getting into fights as a kid, or?
So it was mixed. I grew up with martial arts very young, since because my mom is a black belt in karate, so I learned that in karate. But later on, right before I started training Muay Thai, I was around like 12 to 14 years old. I got into some street fights in school and at the street, with friends and stuff. And that's why I started training Muay Thai, because I wanted to actually get better at that fight. But once I started training and competing, my teachers in Muay Thai, they were very clear, like, if we catch you street fighting, you're out of the gym. And that's when I stopped. And especially because I didn't want to stop doing that. I loved competing. I loved doing that so much. And later on, I started to realize, hey, I got so much skill. It's not fair that I do that against somebody that trains nothing. And I have an environment where I could do that, which is a ring or an octagon, go out there and really compete against guys that are ready for it.
And obviously, because this was later in life, not when you were living in New Jersey as a young child, right? Like,
Yeah, all that was in Brazil.
Yeah. But with the idea that you spent a little bit of time. How old were you? 6, I believe, when you left New Jersey?
Yeah, I was about to turn 7 when I went to Brazil. Yeah.
So how much, like, what kind of meaning does New Jersey have for you? Obviously, you're here. You left early, but how much of a home is this to you at all?
I was back to New Jersey almost every year after that because my dad still lives here. Here from the hotel, my dad's house is 20 minutes away. So for me, this is very familiar area. It is, one of my homes. I always say, like, I have 3 major homes, and one is Brasilia, the other one is New Jersey, and back in Chile because my dad's heritage, he's Chilean. So I've fought in all these places, and it's always, I always feel the support from everybody from New Jersey, and I feel at home for sure here. This is where I was born. This is where I had like my first couple of years. I remember how winters were so special because there was no snow and all that, which in Brazil is so different. So yeah, I have great memories from New Jersey, and it's a pleasure to fight over here.
Are you getting more ticket requests here than you would if, say, you were fighting in Vegas or something?
I think so, for sure. I always get a lot of support, especially like people text me and messages, DM me, and all like the New Jersey, everybody here from New Jersey always supports and also is like asking me to be here to fight over here. So yeah, it's great to actually be here now.
Thank you.
Vicente, right here. So you had said on a podcast I watched recently that it's not easy to get a ranked opponent right now. Can you talk about the current state of the welterweight division, JDM beating Bilal, and just everything going on?
Yeah, so we got a lot of movement in the division, and I really think that's amazing. That's great. I like to have like all the fans with the eyes in this division. We have Makhachev moving up. We have so much new talent in the rankings, and that's one of the reasons I think it's been hard for me to find an opponent in the rankings, because a lot of these guys that are getting into the rankings that are new guys, they want to fight up, and I understand. I've been there. I wanted to fight up, and maybe other guys that are veterans, they look at me and like, wow, why am I going to fight this guy? Let me look for, a better fight. And that's why I've been choosing, like, I got to stay active. Let me fight Holland. I think that this is a great fight, a big fight, and he's a big name as well. So I think, like, this is what sets up for me to start moving in this division. I got to stay active because the division is moving. The champions have been changing, and I want part of that action. I want to be up there.
So you talked about not just getting records, but extending them after your last win and doing things that other people haven't done. What are some things on your mind that you think you could do very soon that could potentially lead you down that path?
I think the biggest thing is just finishing people. That's what I do. I'm really good at doing that. I never thought that this would be one of my records, but hey, I'm good at submitting. I'm good at knocking people out. I have the record for most Darces in the UFC. Anything that I can extend and is gonna add up to the legacy of myself as a MMA fighter, I think that's what I'm looking for. And at the end of the day, it's about going out there, getting a big win, and doing it in my style.
Vicente over here. You and Joaquin Buckley fought. You've trained with Kamaru Usman. That's an absolute barn burner. Who do you think wins that fight next weekend?
I think that is an amazing fight. Really excited to see that fight. I'm great friends with Kamaru, and I have him on this fight for sure. But I think it's a much tougher fight than people think, especially because of the moment, right? Buckley has shown that he is really good. Not only explosive, but he's technical. He knows how to go in there and make the right choices against the opponents he's been put in front of him. So he is much more dangerous than people anticipate. But with that said, Kamaru has been, the most dominant champion in the last years of the welterweight division. He is still as strong and as ready to fight as he was in the past. I've trained with him not long ago, so I know that he is as dangerous as before. And when you face a guy like that, man, it's tough to get a win against a guy like that. He lost to Leon Edwards, and then he lost to Chimaev in the division above. So I really think that he has a lot to show, and it's going to be a big test for Buckley. And I have, for me, everything's on Kamaru. I think that he's favored for that fight.
That's going to be a great fight. And one more question from me. Killcliff has so many great high-profile fighters. Could you share the names of a few prospects that we don't know about yet?
So one guy I'm going to tell you is Delano Taylor. He's here with me for this fight, and we've been working so long together. He's knocked out Rory McDonald and has amazing fights. I think he's a guy that soon will be, fighting in the UFC. He really has, extremely high level, very good striking, very good ground game and wrestling. And let me see another guy. Man, we have so many. I don't know. I cannot point one specific name out now. I don't know. I'll leave it to that guy, but I can tell you we have a whole bunch of Russian guys over there that are working. Now we have some guys that came in from England that have also been looking good, and most of these guys are like 20, 21, 22. Another guy I remembered, Nikita. Nikita is a beast, and he's I think 20 years old, and he's trains like it's crazy. So it's a lot of talent over there.
Yeah. Just one from me, Vicente, over here. You mentioned the trash talk thing you were just saying about Delano helping you with it. We view you as like one of the nicest guys, I think, in MMA. So how are you going to deal with that on Saturday? Do you just ignore it, or do you have some trash talk that maybe we don't know about that you hide in your back pocket?
No, I definitely don't have trash talk, but I have two fists that hit really hard, and that's enough for me. I can talk with my hands, and I think it's just fun. I even look different. I don't think that Holland is really that kind of guy that trash talk is kind of disrespecting you. I think it's more about having fun in there. He's just doing his thing, and I mean, whatever he does, I'm still going to respond in my way. I'm out there to have a great fight and to beat him. At the end of the day, I want to, knock him out and get a big win.
Yeah, just one over here. We've got, obviously, Jack as the new champ. So how do you think he does against Islam?
I think that's a tough fight, but for both of them, I think that Islam is very dominant in his game. He's experienced. We know that he's a great grappler, great wrestler, has a lot of cardio, has experience fighting a lot of 5-round fights. So I think all of that is on Makhachev's side. Now, Jack is the bigger man. He's going to be stronger. He's a great striker. I think he's very, very intelligent. He showed that in his last fight. You know, his pace is amazing, his precision, and he hits hard. So I think that when you see that kind of fight, like, we have to see how Makhachev is going to adapt to the power of the 170 division, because we hit different. We hit harder, much harder than a 155er, and that's what Makhachev is going to have to go through. And on the other hand, I think it's a great opportunity for Jack just to show the kind of champion he is. You know, he right away, his first defense is going to be against a big name like Makhachev. I think it's going to be a fun fight, and I like to have a long time we haven't had like a real striker as a champion of this division, and I like to see Jack as a champion. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
What up, gang?
Kayla, what's the significance to your? Yeah, okay. What would it mean to you to be an Olympic gold medal? I mean, obviously you've won other UFC titles. I mean, other MMA titles before. But what would it mean to be the gold medalist and a UFC?
You mean be an Olympic gold medalist, a MMA two-time MMA champ, and a UFC champ? What would it mean? Woo. I mean, it's a testament, I think, to my character, my grit, my determination. I'm very happy with my career. I have climbed a lot of mountains. I have done more than most will ever do, and I'm very satisfied with it. But this belt is for me. Can
winning a belt compare to an Olympic gold, no matter what?
We're gonna find out on Saturday night. We'll see. We'll see. I'm sure it's gonna feel very similar.
Kayla, over here. Outside. You know, obviously, you know, you're used to people talking before, but I feel like every interview I've seen you do, it's always, let me read some quotes that Juliana said about you. So has this been more of an annoying build-up? Because it's never about the fight. It's always about what Juliana's been saying.
No, I mean, I think that's part of the business, you know, and Juliana doesn't excel at fighting, so she has to excel at the other piece of it. And it's not personal to me, you know, she's just doing her job.
Was that a hard part to, like, when you first got into MMA? Because, like, in the Olympics, it's a tournament. Like, no matter how much you talk.
Yeah, and not only that, it's like a Japanese sport, so it's like the most respectful sport in the Olympics.
So you say it's not personal, but it seems like the fans are very much behind you. Have you kind of felt that?
I have, and I'm so grateful for it. I feel like Juliana is the perfect villain to, I guess, make me a hero in people's eyes. I think before everyone's like, oh, I don't know if it's my dominance. I don't know if it's because I am so, like, physically strong looking, but I feel like or maybe because I haven't been in the UFC for very long, but I feel like a lot of people weren't too keen on me, and now all of a sudden it's like I'm America's sweetheart, and I'm just gonna take it and run with it.
And, you know, you kind of said it, like, you know, Julia's not good at fighting, so she has to sell a fight. And we've heard that before, but yet she keeps winning. So I guess, what is it about Juliana's style that gives people problems?
I mean, I think she's got heart, you know? She's a fighter. And at the end of the day, that's probably one of the most important qualities you can have is that heart and that grit. she's unorthodox. You don't really know what is coming. I think it's probably a tough style to emulate in training. She's unorthodox, and I think that she has this like. Yeah, I just believe I'm better everywhere. I think that I'm bigger, faster, stronger. I think that I've got more positive experience. I think that my grappling's better, my striking's better. I think that my fight IQ is higher. And, like, never mind being inside of a cage. Like, I'm a fighter in life. And so if she thinks that she's going to, like, outfight me, she's got another thing coming.
Well, you know, the countdown, they did this, the part where she brought in Max Snyder to train with her. Is that just the countdown kind of like latching on to something, or is that something that, like, smart thing she's training with him?
I mean, do you think that you could learn to paint like Picasso in 6 weeks or 8 weeks or 12 weeks?
No.
Do you think that you could be Scorsese in 12? Like, good luck. You know, I applaud her for leaving no stone unturned, but I've been doing judo since I was 6 years old. Like, that's not something you can pick up overnight.
The countdown also, I think, like, we've been covering you for a long time. We knew your story with your kids and your sister and your mom.
Yeah.
But I feel like maybe there's, like we talked, some people only watch the UFC. They didn't know your story. So when that came out, have you seen, how's the reception been to that for people that didn't know what you actually went through?
It's been super positive. It's been like overwhelmingly positive and heartfelt, and yeah, I think that a lot of people didn't know that I adopted my niece and nephew and the reasoning behind it, and so I just want to make sure that like everyone knows like I adopted them, like they're my children. I'm not a guardian. I'm not like a part-time parent. I'm not I'm not gonna give them, like, they are I'm on the birth certificate now. Like, these are my kids. We're the wolf pack, and they ain't ever getting rid of me.
And just last one for me, unrelated to your fight, because I think you're one of the few that could probably answer this. But LeBron James just did a podcast, and he was talking about starting kids in a sport, and that's all they do from like 5 on, will lead to burnout real quick, and kids will constantly quit. You know, you brought up you've been doing judo since you were 6, so I guess, and now that as a mother with young kids, just how realistic is that? Is what he's saying.
No, I think he's spot on. I mean, in our society today, you look at like, I mean, I really blame the parents. We have all of these helicopter, like, psycho parents who think that their kid's going to be the next Tiger Woods or the next Simone Biles or the next LeBron James, and so they make them go to gymnastics practice every day, or the next Serena, you know, like tennis. And like when we were kids, yeah, I did judo and I specialized at I mean, I'm sure there are outliers, but we didn't play organized sports. We just played outside. Like, hey, you want to go play basketball with your friends? Hey, like, we're gonna go play jump on the trampoline or play a pickup game of flag football, or like whatever it is. No, I'm super against specializing for kids. I mean, even like up to high school, I would like argue like play everything. It's better for your body. It's better for your mind. Better for your family dynamics.
That's what LeBron was saying. He played football and ran track just to stop thinking about basketball.
Yeah, I mean, you can't like. Their brain is literally still developing. Are we going to put this kind of pressure on a child to be? And yeah, don't get me started. My daughter played softball this year, and like, this is her first time playing. So obviously she's not great. Like and the parents, I was like, I'm gonna end up getting in a fist fight at a softball game. Like I gotta take a lap and cool off.
Over here, Kayla, if you win this fight, there's talk you could face. When you win this fight, there's talk you could face Amanda Nunes. How do you feel about potentially fighting someone you used to train with?
Yeah, you know, my focus is on Saturday night, you know, one step at a time. Everybody's tough until you beat them, so I'm focused on Juliana. But in judo, it's very different culture and mentality. Like you end up competing against the same girls over and over and over and over again, and you go to you go to a tournament and then you have a 3-day training camp with all of the girls you just competed with, and then you go to another tournament and you have a training camp. Like, so I used to fight my friends or compete against my friends all the time, and it's not personal, it's just business.
Juliana has actually been very confident in her pre-fight talk. Do you think that's genuine self-belief, or is she just trying to get in your head?
I mean, I think she's got to do what she's got to do to pump herself up for this fight, you know? Like, she's throwing a lot of spaghetti at the wall. She's all over the place, so God bless her.
Thank you.
Kayla right here. You were a finalist for the Team USA 2025 Hall of Fame class. Despite not getting in, how much of an honor is it to just be up there with some of the greatest athletes in the world?
Yeah, I mean, that's, you know, I feel like I am very, God gave me these talents, right, and these gifts, and to give anything less than my best is to sacrifice the gift. So for me, it's an honor and it's a privilege, and to see the fruits of my labor being showcased is great, but it all comes from God, so.
You said that growing up, you were always craving recognition and approval from other people. What finally changed in your life that really led you down the path you're on now? Is it finding God?
I mean, definitely my faith. I'm sure that most of you know I had a very troubled childhood. I was sexually abused by my first coach, and so I spent a lot of time feeling unworthy, and my biological father was also not present in my life, and so I didn't have this belief that I was loved unconditionally, and my faith absolutely in God, and that there is, you know, someone who's for me, not against me, has been huge. And also God sending me my kids, you know, like they have taught me that there's so much more to life than gold medals and trophies, and like all of that stuff sits in my, you know, everyone always like, oh, where's your Olympic gold medals? I'm like, they're in my sock drawer collecting dust. Like, nobody cares. My kids sure as shit don't care. Like, they care that I come home. They care that I'm mom. They care that I play, you know, Nerf gun wars with them, or that I've let them have ice cream. Like, that's what it's all about. And so that has given me a new peace and a new understanding and a new freedom, which makes me honestly a better fighter.
Yeah, shout out to all the single moms out there.
That's right. Shout out to the single moms. Let's go.
Kayla, right over here. I remember last fight week in Salt Lake City, Juliana was speaking about the way that Raquel would have actually represented this division.
Mm-hmm.
And being the fact that you're the challenger this week, what do you feel, or how do you feel about the way that Juliana represents this division?
I feel nothing. I focus on myself. I focus on how I carry myself, what I can do. I try not to throw stones from a glass house. Nobody's perfect. We're all doing the best we can, but there's going to be a new face of women's MMA very soon.
And speaking about the trash talk, I know we've been talking about that kind of all day now, but for you, there was a lot of trash talk that you had to get through to get to the actual fight. Do you think this may have been the most trash talk you ever had to deal with, and how did it kind of affect you throughout the past couple weeks or months?
I mean, I think hands down, this is the most trash talk. I mean, I don't need, like, the talk itself is trashy. I don't know if it's good trash talk, but it's trashy. This is the most I've ever had to endure. Yeah. It's the worst trash talk I've ever had to endure, too, I'll tell you what. Like, if you, being a female, being in a male-dominant sport, like going to American Top Team, you think I don't hear shit all day, every day? I walk into the gym and they're starting to, so, like, but this is just poorly done, and I'm ready to fight. I'm done talking about it. I'm ready to fight.
And last for me, I'm not sure how much this really matters to you, but when you get the job done on Saturday night, that would be 3 fights into your UFC career before you become, or when you become UFC champion. How does that sit with you? Because that's pretty remarkable itself.
Yeah, it's pretty damn good, you know? I think it's 3 fights in the UFC, but this is a lifetime in the making. You know, I've been on the mat since I was 6 years old. I've I have been doing 2-a-days since I was 12 years old. Like, that's 20-some years of training twice a day, every day, with the pursuit and the goal of being the best possible version of myself in mind. So it might only be 3 fights in the UFC, but this has been a lifelong journey, and I'm really excited.
Thank you.
Awesome, thanks.
Kayla over here.
Yep.
2 years ago at the PFL World Championship, you told me discipline is the best form of self-love. Can you explain that to me and what that means to you and how that quote helps you live your life?
Yes. Wow, I was wise 2 years ago. Listen to that. Damn. Just gym. Yeah, I think that in our world, especially in our society where we have everything at the click of a button on a phone, like we're dialed into everything. We have a lot of instant gratification. It's very easy to take the easy route. Like, I want it now. I want instant. But being disciplined, you're not always going to be motivated. Do you think that I wake up every day and I'm like, I can't wait to go train and then run 6 miles and then teach my kids and then eat like 2 calories and then go train again? Like, of course not. I'm a human being. But I won't always be motivated. I can always be disciplined. And I know from the proof of my life that when I'm disciplined, I become better. Not just towards my goals, but as a human. I am forged in the fire. When I'm sitting in that sauna at 9 o'clock at night for an hour by myself, I am forged in that fire. And who I become is the best version that I've ever been of me. And that, again, that is my gift to God, that I squeeze the ever-living shit out of this life. I take all of my talents, I take all of it, and I make the absolute most of it. That's love.
And another person that's been forged in the fire is your teammate, Dustin Poirier. He's retiring next month.
He might actually be the fire.
Could you share your favorite memory with the Diamond?
There's so many. I mean, it's just like, it's who he is. It's who he is as a person. You know, I'll walk in, those days when I'm unmotivated, I walk into the gym and Dustin Poirier says, "Get up, Kayla Harrison. You're right where you're supposed to be. You're exactly where you were meant to be. Like, you're doing what you're supposed, like, just like the positivity, the role model that he is, the philanthropist that he is, the father that he is, the teammate that he is. I was very fortunate and blessed to be at his fight against Max Holloway when he won the belt. And I was young in my MMA career, and I remember sitting there and watching him and being like, oh, I train with him. Like, he can do this, I can do this. And yeah, he's just an inspiring human being and someone I really look up to.
Kayla, just back here, we obviously, you know, you've done it all. You've been multiple-time Olympic champion, made obviously massive money in the PFL before you were ever here, multiple-time world champion. What is it that keeps you going after Saturday night when you're the UFC champion?
Well, I haven't found a husband yet, so no. Yeah, I mean, I have a dream inside of my heart. I wanna see how high I can climb. I wanna see how far I can push myself, and I don't feel like I'm done yet. I'll know. It's personal and it's a difficult decision, but I'll know, and I'm not there yet. I still have a lot of fire inside. I love this. You know, like, this is, I have spent a lifetime getting to do what I love. Like, I have traveled the world. I've been to the top of Mount Fuji, and I've seen the Mona Lisa, and I've watched the sunrise in Abu Dhabi, and I did it all with my best friends while, like, chasing a dream that no one had ever chased. And now I have 2 healthy, beautiful children, and I have money in the bank, and we need nothing. We want for nothing. And like, I get to wake up every day and go to a gym and be around people that I admire and respect and love. And I get to try and be better today than I was yesterday. How many people can say that on this planet right now? How many people can say that they get to chase their dream every day and live out loud and live boldly? And I mean, I'm blessed. I'm so blessed.
And Juliana brought up in that little face-off thing you guys did, that like she seemed to bring up the Ronda thing kind of like apropos of nothing. Like, do you think she was trying to get in your head a little bit with that whole?
I mean, I don't know. I would not want to spend a second in that brain. So, spaghetti at the wall.
What are your memories of that match? I mean, it's obviously one of the very rare times we've ever seen you.
Oh,
take
with
the W.
Ronda,
Yeah.
the judo match.
Yeah.
I mean,
It was just so rare that you would ever not take the W.
yeah. I mean, I was 15. I was being sexually abused by my judo coach. Like, it was not the best time in my life. She beat me, but and I'm not taking anything away from Ronda. Like, Ronda had an amazing career, and I would not be here if it weren't for Ronda Rousey. So, like, I have nothing but gratitude for her and the glass ceilings that she shattered for women in this sport. All I meant from that was in our judo careers, like, I didn't tell any lies. Like, my career in judo is gonna be very hard to touch.
And in MMA as well, I'm sure.
And then that's the goal. That's the goal.
Kayla right here. I know when we were down in Florida with you, you said the weight cut.
When you met my emu?
Yes, when we met the emu, Marshall Mathers. And you said you were ahead of schedule in terms of like the weight cut and everything. How do you feel sitting here right now, like 40 hours from being on the scale compared to the last 2 times?
I feel great. I think that I don't know if it's going to get easier as time goes on, but most importantly, my attitude is in the right place. My vibes are immaculate, as the kids say. Like, everyone around me is, bringing me up, and I have done hard things. I can do hard things, and I trust the process, and I trust my team, and I trust God, and everything I want is on the other side of that scale.
And I think a lot of like the analysis, I guess, of this fight is like, will the recovery for you be going into fight night, and you'll be a force early in that fight. Julianna's tough. How does it go if it goes into the 4th or 5th rounds of a hard fight? What's your thoughts on, I guess, that analysis?
I mean, I would say that they obviously haven't been training with me at American Top Team. I am prepared for 25 hard minutes. We've been training, and I haven't been training with any slouches. I've been being shark baited like a fresh partner every round for 5 rounds when I'm sparring. So I'm ready. I'm ready to show the world that.
So many, most survivors of crimes committed against them aren't in the public eye, and after a while can maybe put things behind them, or at least don't have to face it every single day. And yet you do almost every press conference, almost every interview. How do you deal with that? Have you had to come to peace with the fact that's always going to be part of your story? You seem to talk openly about it.
Absolutely.
How have you navigated those waters through the years?
I mean, well, first of all, I'm well removed from it. I'm no longer that 10-year-old little girl, that 16-year-old little, like, I'm an adult now, and I feel like God gave me this story for a reason, and it's my job to use it to try and make the world a better place. So I want to talk about it, because we all think that, like, sexual abuse happens in, like, the Boy Scouts, but my son's not a Boy Scout. Or, it happens in the Catholic Church, but we're not Catholic. Or, gymnastics, but no, none of my kids do gymnastics. But 1 in 4 girls and 1 in 6 boys will be sexually assaulted by the time they're 18. And those are just the kids that say something, which means that really the statistics are probably much higher. And how do we stop that? We stop it by having a conversation. We stop it by looking it in the eye and putting a face to it and saying, okay, children are our most precious things. I want to help stop this. I want to help end this. And I encourage everyone to go to fearlessfoundation.org, learn more about it. I also wrote a book. It's not a memoir. It's not an educational, it's not a textbook. It's kind of a combination of both, where it uses my story, my journal entries, and it talks to you about what is grooming, why kids don't say something, what questions can I ask my kids if I think something like this is going on. And that is that is important to me. I don't ever want another little girl or little boy to feel alone, to feel dirty, to feel ashamed. There is hope. There is a shiny gold medal at the end of the tunnel. There is a UFC belt at the end of the tunnel, but you have to say something, and we have to keep talking about it. Thanks, guys.
Mario over here. I feel like obviously since your last fight, the narrative has been like all about this Jose Aldo fight. But now you had an opponent in Cheeto. You got maybe a better opponent in Patchy Mix, and now you're only a handful of days away from actually getting back in the octagon. So I guess how's camp been? How's life been? And how's it been to be able to talk about something else besides the Jose Aldo fight?
Yeah, it's been nice, turning that little chapter, and it'll be complete after this Saturday. But it's been nice, get into camp. I'm used to these kind of camps, like these last minute changes. I've been through it before, so it was no stress, just minor changes here at the end. But yeah, I'm excited to fight Patchy. It's a big opponent. He's very skilled, so I'm excited to challenge myself against him.
You seem like someone that wouldn't really care about who brings the most attention, but I feel like maybe in UFC fans' eyes, Cheeto might be more popular, but in the diehard MMA fans, they've been clamoring to see Patchy Mix. So have you seen any reaction to the opponent change, either better or for worse, or are you just someone that doesn't pay attention to what the fans kind of focus on, and you just like Patchy as the opponent?
No, I've seen, like you said, like the diehard fans, like they know who Patchy is, and we all know who Patchy is and how good he is. So that's what makes me excited for this fight. He hasn't been in the UFC before, but I think he brings a lot to the table as far as like a following and definitely skill set. So I'm just excited to go out there.
And he's been saying, all the right stuff. Like, he's the best bantamweight in the world. He said that he would probably beat your jiu-jitsu coaches if they lined him up. He's going to run through you to the title. So I guess you obviously respect his skill set in there, but what do you make of him? Do you feel kind of like he's overlooking you, maybe, and he's already looking at the belt past you?
Yeah, I don't know. This whole week and the things he's been saying has just kind of been making me laugh. He just kind of seems like an angry guy for some reason. Like, he's talking about submitting me and then submitting, like, my 60-year-old coach, But I highly doubt he could run through my whole crew, There's some people in the gym that would make him look, like a purple belt. So I think he's a little wrong there. But like you said, he's saying what he has to say to sell himself. So, yeah, I think it's kind of funny.
Do you think, outside of fighting for the title, he might just be the next best guy in terms of attention that a fight could bring? Like you even said before the Aldo fight, like, it's not something you look for, but Jose Aldo brings eyeballs no matter who he fights against.
Yeah, and definitely with him making his UFC debut, it does bring a lot of eyes. Everyone wants to see what he's about and what he could do in the UFC. But yeah, I'm looking to shut that all down, and then, yeah, we'll see how it goes.
And obviously, teammate Sean O'Malley is fighting for the title in there, but how important was it to be on the same card as this bantamweight title fight? Because to Patchy, it felt important just to be around the title, but for someone who's been in the UFC for so long, I guess just how important was it to be on this card?
Yeah, it was pretty big. I like fighting on the cards with Sean. He brings good energy, and it brings a lot more eyes to the bantamweight division. So we might get to see who's next up, or for who's going to be that next #1 contender after this one.
Mario over here, I've seen some of your interviews since the Jose fight, and I think you've kind of handled the criticism well. You've kind of let it roll off you. Do you feel like, though, going forward, like particularly with this fight, there's any extra emphasis to change that narrative, like to go out there and get a finish and kind of show everybody, like, hey, I'm the guy that got a flying knee knockout in my second UFC fight. Remember me?
Yeah, no, I'm not looking to go out there and change anything and make those fans happy, you know, because at the end of the day, it doesn't even really matter, you know. I'm on a 7-fight win streak, and I would understand if all 7 of those fights were the same way. I would understand, but you know, each fight is different, and I can guarantee this one's going to be a lot different.
Yeah, and him coming over from Bellator, I mean, like Jose said, there's people that think he's maybe the best bantamweight in the world. So I heard you just say that there's guys in your gym that you think would make him look like a purple belt. How good do you think he is? Like, have you been able to kind of figure it out? Because it's tough when he's fighting all different fighters and stuff. So for you, how good do you think he is?
I think he's really good. I've heard gym stories of him beating certain people, you know, who do very well in this division. But, you know, there's younger guys coming up right now that are way better than, you know, some of us that are in the top 10. So for him to say that he would go through my whole crew, I think he'd be a little bit embarrassed out of my gym.
Here, over here. Patchy Mix is making his first UFC debut against you. How are you planning to welcome him into the UFC?
By fighting him and beating him up.
All right. Also, after being on a 7-fight win streak, do you feel disrespected going into this fight as an underdog?
No, he's has a great record. You know, I think he's on a 7-fight win streak as well. He's 20-1, a champion outside the UFC, and no, I usually don't even pay attention to that stuff anyway.
Mario, right here. You said you actually met Patchy after the Blackshear fight and that you guys talked briefly, and it was a pretty respectful exchange. Have any of those feelings changed towards him now that he's been talking trash a little bit in the lead up to the fight?
No, because I kind of see like through that whole like front that he's putting on. You know, who did I fight? I think I fought Blackshear, and he seen him in the elevator, and he congratulated me and said, "Oh, I'm a fan." So that's why I think it's kind of funny, you know, that he's just putting on like this tough guy kind of act. So. Yeah, it's whatever. He has to do what he has to do.
A lot has been made about his BJJ throughout his career and in the lead up to this fight, but you've shown some pretty slick grappling yourself throughout your career, and you train with some very high-level grapplers in the gym. Do you feel like your grappling's being a bit overlooked here, and could you see yourself potentially getting a finish on the ground?
You know, that's his wheelhouse. You know, that's where he's best at, and I think I'm better in a few more other areas than him. But you know, I have good enough grappling and jiu-jitsu just to defend what he's going to do.
Mario, right over here. Obviously, going back and talking about the Cheeto fight just a little bit, would that be a fight that you'd be interested in down the road, maybe after this fight? And also, how does this fight, this matchup itself, stack up to a Cheeto fight?
Yeah, we'll see after this fight. You know, I think a win over Patchy takes me into the top 5, so I don't know if the Cheeto one would make too much sense. But I think it does stack up well. You know, like I said, a win over Patchy, I think definitely gets me into the top 5, which a win over Cheeto would have done the same thing as well.
100%. And last but not least, what are your thoughts on the main event? How do you see that playing out?
I'm excited. You know, I've been watching these interviews with Sean, and I didn't know, you know, he got off social media. He, you know, stopped, you know, smoking and doing all these other things besides training. So I'm excited to see him go out there and see what he can do with this different mindset.
Thank you.
Mario, over here. There are some reports that your teammate Marcus McGee might fight Peter Yan next. How do you see that fight going?
That's an exciting fight. I know some people are mad that he's getting, you know, a fight so far up the rankings, but man, don't count Marcus out. Marcus is a great fighter, and I'm excited for that. I think it's going to be a great fight, and I see Marcus winning for sure.
And one more from me. You've trained with your teammate Sean O'Malley for a long time. Outside of fighting, what's your best memory together?
Outside of fighting. At the very beginning when we showed up, we were at a fight camp at a house, and this guy was smoking outside. I asked Sean, "Hey, do you smoke?" "No, man, I would never do that. No, man, that's not me. I would never do that." And then, you know, a few years later, he's just advertising everything. So that's one of my memories I have of him.
How was different for you, camp, after you knew Chito was out of the fight? Did you change the person that you sparring with after you know about it?
No, I didn't have to change much. I didn't even have to change my training partners, because Cheeto's like a little bit longer guy. So we had the same training partners. We just had to adjust game plan a little bit, and that was pretty much it. So it was a pretty easy transition.
Do you think you will see him in the future?
Patchy?
Cheeto?
Oh, Cheeto. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how good he does, and if we're around the same area as far as rankings, we might meet.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Julianna, right here. Obviously, it's been a bit since we last saw you compete in the octagon. So I guess just how's life been having that belt back and both in and out of the octagon, and just how's camp been as a whole preparing for Kayla?
Everything is great. I feel good. I feel full of energy. It should be illegal to feel this good. I'm really looking forward to Saturday night. Camp was amazing, and we are firing on all cylinders.
You know, it feels like the main event, obviously, Sean and Merab is a fight that everyone, they're excited for. But it feels like this co-main event has been what has been building this card, especially, whenever you and Kayla are on screen together, it kind of just generates conversation and click. So have you felt like you specifically have been carrying the promotion for this fight card? And do you feel that your fight has kind of taken some of the spotlight away from the main event?
No, I believe that when you work so hard, and I've been fighting for the promotion since 2013, when you work so hard to get to climb the mountain to UFC gold, and you're finally at the top of the heap, this is what comes with that territory. I have an opportunity, I have an obligation as a UFC champion to promote my fight and to get people interested in watching me fight. And these are the opportunities that I was fighting so hard for. So for me, it's something that comes very naturally for me because this is what I've been building towards in my career my entire life.
Obviously, a lot of people consider Amanda the greatest female fighter ever, but maybe she didn't do a lot of promotion. She didn't, talk the talk, as some would say. So given that you have a dance partner that does want to talk back to some extent, and her accolades and the interest she brings, do you feel like this is one of the more talked about women's title fights we've had in the UFC?
Well, it's just good when you have somebody that can string a sentence together, that can speak the language, and that, is willing to banter back and forth with you. And so it's refreshing. It's refreshing.
And obviously, even when she was in PFL, people have been asking for Kayla to, come to the UFC and fight for the title right away. A lot of people thought it'd maybe be Amanda, some thought it would be you, but it is you. You're the one that gets to challenge Kayla Harrison in her first 5-round fight in the UFC. So I guess what do you make of her as an opponent, and I guess just the interest from the fans and wanting to see her fight for the title for so long?
I think that the UFC is the greatest promotion that there ever was, and they do a really good job of creating the best fights possible and making sure that the fans get what they want. And this was a fight that the fans wanted, and it was the biggest fight in the division. And it makes a lot of sense that even though she only had 2 fights in the UFC, that she was able to come in and get a title shot based off of her being the 2-time champion and the accolades that she possesses. So it makes sense, and I'm, obviously happy once I found out that it was not going to be Amanda after my win against Raquel. I moved on to the next greatest thing since sliced bread, and that was Kayla Harrison. So I welcomed the challenge.
What was it like working with Max Snyder to prepare for Kayla?
It was awesome. Max is a Chicago native. He grew up all his life in Chicago, and so for him to be able to come back to his roots, I think that it was great for him to be able to come back and to represent the people in the city of Chicago. So I know that that was one of his main goals. And then also, when it comes to being able to say that you made it, he's coaching against somebody that, he had previously worked with, but against a team that, was back then, something that was like this big, huge thing for him as a younger gentleman. And so for him now to be able to, coach against them, I know that it's a nice nod for himself to be like, I made it, man. And so I know that it's a really special time for him as well.
And then just last one for me, Kayla said the only chance that you had to win is to turn this into a brawl. So I guess, how do you see this fight actually playing out on Saturday?
Well, if she said it's going to be a brawl, then I guess I'll give her what she wants. No, I see the fight playing out with me getting my hand raised. I don't know how, I don't know when. I just know that I am very dangerous everywhere. I have multiple avenues to win this fight. I can win off of my back, I can win off of the cage, and I can win off of my feet. And having multiple avenues and multiple paths to victory is what makes me more dangerous, whereas she has only one shot to beat me, which is laying on top of me for 25 minutes.
Juliana over here, you just mentioned that you like having an opponent that banters with you a little bit. She was in here a few minutes ago, and she said that she was pretty unbothered by your trash talk, that you were just throwing spaghetti against the wall, and that you had to overcompensate for your fighting skills with mic skills. Do you think this is having an effect on her at all, or do you think that her being like an Olympic-level athlete with her mentality, like that it's not having an effect on her like some of your other opponents?
I am not trash talking. I'm simply defending myself. This all started before I even knew who Kayla Harrison was. When I beat Amanda Nunes, I saw this blonde girl sitting cage side, freaking out, cussing and having all sorts of obscenities to say about me for beating Amanda Nunes and throwing a gigantic wrench in her plans. So she's been trash talking me for a long time, long before I even knew who she was. And then it created more of a problem for me when she said that it was going to be the media's fault. It was going to be the media's fault for having blood. They were going to have blood on their hands for you guys giving me the delusion to think that I could hang with her and stand across the octagon from her. Then her agent had made a comment that she was going to win by murder and that she was going to catch some murder charges because she was going to murder me. These are the things me talking back is my way of defending myself. And I believe that, you know, she can say that it's trash talk, but it's like I'm just responding to the things and the allegations and these horrendous comments that she has made about me. She needs to take accountability for the things that she said, and it's my job to make her do that on Saturday night.
Juliana, over here, you're a two-time champ. You know how to bounce back. What advice did you give your teammate Bilal Muhammad after his loss at UFC 315?
I didn't think Bilal lost. I watched that fight and I was like, yeah, we got it, and he won. And then when they called it for the other guy, you know, kudos to him. But I thought that Bilal won, so I didn't really give him any pep talk except for the fact that, I'm sorry, my brother, you got robbed. So.
And on another note, one of the cool things you've done in your life is give a speech at your daughter's pep rally after winning the title again. How special is it to inspire people that young and have a belt for you and one for your daughter as well?
I think the most special thing about that in general is the fact that I'm the first woman to give birth and win a world title. I'm the only woman to give birth and win a world title. I'm the only woman to give birth and win a title a second time after losing the belt and coming back and being able to get that gold a second time. So there's no other woman that can say that, and I can say that. And I think that being able to inspire my daughter, inspire a little boy or a little girl to pick up martial arts, doesn't have to be fighting, but anything, taekwondo, judo, wrestling, jiu-jitsu, boxing, whatever it may be. If I can inspire that next generation and get more eyes on the sport and get them to want to be able to believe that they can achieve anything that they want, then I've done my job as a champion.
Juliana, right here. You got invited out to the New York Giants practice yesterday, even got your own jersey. As a massive Giants fan, I have to ask, how was that experience and how did that all come together?
That was an incredible experience, one that I'll never forget. I am so grateful to the New York Giants. I am a massive football fan. Alex Spanos is a head strength and conditioning trainer at the Northwestern facility for the Wildcats, and I train there, you know, several days a week, going out to Evanston to get my strength and conditioning with the football team. And so to be able to go on with the New York Giants, of course, Russell Wilson was a long-time staple of the Seattle Seahawks, and I'm born and raised in Washington, so I was super stoked to meet him. Jameis Winston and I are both sponsored by Guaranteed Rate, and so we're in the same family there with the same sponsor. So to meet these guys and to get to see their practice and to see how excited they were, I know that I'm looking at them the same way that they're looking at me, and that's in awe of what they do. I am one single fighter, but watching them out there together, it felt like, you know, 200 fighters all on one field, and you know they have to fight for every inch and every yard, and I know that they know what it takes in order to get locked inside that octagon, because they got to put it all on the field, you know, when they're in season and when they're practicing. So, you know, fighting is very brutal. Football is also very brutal. You know, two trains coming head to head on a train collision is not easy to do, and you know, much like fighting, it's very similar in that sense where you're having to fight for every inch. And so I love NFL football. I love football in general, or excuse me, all sports. So to be able to go out there, it was a very special time and an unforgettable experience.
Is Jameis Winston as funny as he seems in person?
Yeah, he really is. He was hilarious. He had me cracking up. He's very funny.
All right, and last one from me. Your former opponent, Valentina Shevchenko, had a lot of nice things to say about you in the lead up to this fight, and feels like you have everything you need to win this fight. How is it to get such high praise from a former opponent and one of the best female fighters of all time, and could you see yourself fighting her again?
That respect goes both ways. It's mutual. When everybody asks me who my favorite female fighter is, I always say Valentina Shevchenko. I am in awe. I'm enamored with her fighting style. I'm in awe of her as a fighter. I think that she is awesome. She can speak like 20 different languages. She can dance like nobody's business. She can fight her ass off. Like I'm a fan, and to hear her say that was very nice.
Here, Juliana over here. Juliana, you've been really vocal about your confidence going into this fight. What gives you that strong belief that you're going to come up on top?
Well, the last time you guys counted me out, you guys had to take it up the you-know-what. So I think that's one of the things. And I think that the preparation, and I've been doing this for a long time. I've been fighting since 2008. And when you put that much blood, sweat, and tears into something, and you're that dedicated and that passionate, there's only good things that can happen. And I think that that's what gives me the confidence.
Yeah, also, Kayla just said you don't excel in fighting, but also said this isn't personal. Do you believe it's personal?
I'm getting locked into a steel cage and getting in a fist fight with some girl that's trying to take my head off of my shoulders. It's absolutely personal.
Thank you.
Juliana, right over here. You were recently on UFC Live with Kayla, and you reminded her that she had never made 135.0. Is that at all a concern for you this week?
It's not a concern. I know that she's going to make weight. She's a professional, and she's going to come in at 135.0 come hell or high water. With that being said, this is going to be her first test at 135 pounds for 5 rounds. That's 25 minutes of fighting. So I think that's going to be more of the concern.
And also on that episode, you had mentioned some of the lack of respect that you feel like you get. Do you think a victory over Kayla Harrison, given the way that people see her right now, do you think that would earn you a lot of the respect that you feel like is missing?
I mean, I hope so. We'll see. I can't say. I thought that, beating the greatest of all time was going to give me that respect, and it didn't. So you never know. I say this often, but it's so true. It's never enough. So, it doesn't matter what you do. It's never enough. Everybody's always going to want more from you.
And last for me, another quote from you was that you had nothing to lose and everything to gain in this fight. Can you just kind of reiterate that and tell us, how you feel with this matchup?
Yeah, I was told to me that I'm a 6-1 underdog, and being a 6-1 underdog as a champion is very disrespectful, number one. Number two, everybody's counting me out, Out of 6 people, only one of them thinks that I'm going to win the fight. And that is putting me in a position where, since you think I'm going to lose in 5 seconds and you think that I'm already out of this fight, then I have nothing to lose and everything to gain. I'm obsessed with the process, not so much concerned about the outcome. I'm enjoying the process and obsessed with enjoying the process. And when you put so much focus, she is in a position where she has to and she should and you better, and it's already done. And so those are the kinds of limits that she's putting on herself of you should and you can and you will and you're going to, and it's already finished and it's already happened. The reality is that when you put that much pressure on yourself, and when you're so focused on you have to beat her in 10 seconds and it doesn't happen, that can kind of play into your mentality and the way that you fight, whereas everybody's already counting me out. So when you put me in a position of nothing to lose and everything to gain, that makes me a very dangerous woman.
Just going off that, Juliana, as you kind of say, it seems like the goalposts always get moved further back for you, right? So what do you think the headlines will read Sunday morning when you win this fight? Do you think they're going to give you your credit, or are they going to say Kayla Harrison wasn't that good and she's a PFL fighter and things like that?
I think that it'll put me on another planet. It'll put me in the stratosphere.
Juliana, over here, how would you describe to share the training passion of MMA with Mike Valle, Jaula Bahamontes, Jair, Belal? And I want to know if you ever met Michael Morales before with them too.
Yes, Michael Morales came to the gym, and when he trained with us a few times, I was absolutely, talk about enamored. I was in awe. Yeah, Michael Morales is the real deal, Holyfield. That guy is legit. And yes, Mike Valle is one of my coaches, and I was the first to bring a title to his gym. And I am very proud to come from a small, tight-knit community in Chicago, and being able to be training partners with, Bilal and Bahamondes. It's a special thing that we got going on, and I'm really grateful for having such a tight-knit team. We help each other, we support each other, we love each other, and I think that that's a very important thing to have around you.
Were you impressed with Michael's performance in UFC Vegas, or not really? Because you already met him before.
No, I said it. I told my trainer, I told my jiu-jitsu coach, I said, I don't bet. I don't know anything about betting. I'm not a big better. But if I was, I would bet the house on this kid because I guarantee you he's going to win. And so he won, and I was like, told ya. So, yeah, no, I wasn't surprised at all. It was very impressive.
Thank you so much, and good luck.
Thank you so much.
Water. Yep.
Actually, it's an energy.
Excuse me. Hello.
Well, Kelvin, over here.
Yes.
Obviously, we just spoke to you when you were supposed to fight in Mexico. You even weighed in, you did the face-offs and everything, and then the rug got pulled out from you. It's not every day they rebook the fight relatively soon. So I guess after you got past the first bit of annoyance that you didn't get to fight in Mexico, were you happy that they rebooked the Joe Pyfer fight?
Yeah, they wanted me to fight Joe Pyfer. I didn't want it to be relatively. I mean, they had asked me if I wanted to go the next weekend. I said, nah, I just think that would give him an advantage. He had a higher weight class. The next weekend, not an elevation, it would just give him the advantage. And we settled on June 7th here in New Jersey. And, I'm a company man, so I kind of do what I'm told. And they wanted Joe Pyfer, and we rebooked him.
Seems to be relatively respectful between you two. He said, he hasn't heard you say anything negative about him, and he would have understood if you were angry that the fight got moved. But a lot was made about his comments after, calling Mexico a shithole. He didn't want to go back there anymore. So I guess, do you take that personally, given you are, Mexican-American, or is this just, business and Joe Pyfer is up next?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it did leave a little bit of sour taste in my mouth, I just think the way he went about it was a little rude. He should say those things about other people's countries, and I just think he should have been better about the way he went about it. I don't think those comments were right.
And outside of the talk about this, but, having to get to the finish line and then, like I said, pulled out at the last minute, has this just felt like one long camp in preparation for Joe Pyfer?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I've been prepared. I've known since, I think, October, even November, we've been prepping, looking into fighting Joe Pyfer. So it's been it's taken up a lot of my time.
So since Mexico to now, has it just been, how much more prep can you do for him at this point? Because he hasn't fought since then, you haven't fought since then. Is it just staying healthy, maintaining weight, and then hopefully he shows up on Saturday?
Exactly. We took a little time off, just a week off, went to Disneyland to kind of reset the mind, reset the body, and then, we went right back to work and slowly ramped it back up, and I think we did it right. I think I'm peaking just right again, and we only built off of the last camp, so everything is just that much better, I think.
Just last one for me, unrelated to your fights. It's not every day we get to speak, so I'm going into the Hall of Fame at the end of the month. So I guess, what's it been like for you since they announced that? And, just a couple weeks away, you and Izzy might just be up on the stage again accepting this Hall of Fame.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, I haven't, I know it's happening, but I don't think it's really hit me yet. I think it'll hit me once I'm there. Getting the jacket, getting the trophy, or whatever it is, and I'll see then. Would probably be bawling my eyes out. Who knows? But it'll be cool.
So you haven't thought of being introduced as UFC Hall of Famer Kelvin Gastelum yet?
Not really, no. Kelvin, right here. I saw the other day you were looking for a mobile barber here in Jersey. It seems like you found one, but
yeah, man.
Yeah, okay. So
Much needed
who did
haircut.
you find, and how did that go down?
My man Beto from New Brunswick. I appreciate it, brother. He hooked me up, hit me up on Instagram, and had him come last night. He hooked it up.
Oh yeah, looking fresh before the fight. So I saw you brought an elite grappler and Pat Downey into your camp for this fight. Santino had a lot of great things to say about him and just the way he kind of meshed with your style and what you already know. Can you just add on to that?
Oh yeah, I mean it was great to bring in a guy like Pat Downey down to my camp. I mean everybody gets better just being around him, and the knowledge that he's constantly giving out is world class. So everybody loves having him out. I mean his style of wrestling and jiu-jitsu meshed with my style just almost perfectly. Like he's just like grappling wise, he's just like a much better version, a much cleaner version of what I do. So he's just telling me how to clean up techniques, and it's just amazing how much growth I've had just being around him.
Kelvin over here. You're someone who's tried moving down back to 170 pounds. Your former opponent, Chris Curtis, is doing the same thing at UFC Nashville. What advice do you have for him getting back all the way down to 170?
I don't have no advice for Chris Curtis.
I got you. And you're someone who always goes to war in the cage. You represent the throwback fighter who would fight anybody. Why do we have less fighters like you nowadays?
Say that one more time.
You're a throwback fighter. You're someone who goes to war in the cage. You'll fight anybody. Why do you think there's less people like you nowadays?
I didn't even know that's a term, a throwback fighter. I don't know. I don't know what the answer to that is.
All good. That was a compliment. And one last one.
I appreciate it.
You'll understand this one. You spent a lot of time with Henry Cejudo. What's the most important thing you've learned from him?
Just kind of how to approach your training and how to build a team around you, like a NASCAR team. You build a team around you rather than training at a team. You know, he was the guy that influenced me to move out to Arizona. So I'm there now. I'm surrounded by amazing people, and I'm loving it.
Kelvin, right over here. When you think about the legacy that you plan to leave behind in however many years from now, how much more happier, how excited are you about the fact that now you get to say, you know, I'm a Hall of Famer, that's something I accomplished throughout my career?
I think it was just a result of everything that I've done and the fights and wars that I've had. But the ultimate thing is I want people to remember me as the world champion, which hasn't happened yet, and it's still on my mind.
And last for me, not sure if it matters as much to you, but obviously the fight was originally scheduled for Mexico City. Do you think this fight would have been better to take place out there on Mexican soil, or are you just happy to get it in general and happy that it's here in the U.S. nonetheless?
Well, now I feel that way. I'm happy that it's here, finally happening. But, you know, obviously we were ready for Mexico City. I mean, I spent the whole month out there, brought a whole camp out there. I mean, it was so much time and investment financially. And then it was a hard, grueling camp. So, you know, we were planning to use the elevation as part of a weapon. So it was unfortunate that it didn't happen there.
Thank you.
Just one question from me. Back to the hair over here to your left.
Yes.
A few years ago, Chad Ochocinco suggested that you get a sponsorship from Head and Shoulders. Did you ever get that?
I did not, but I'd welcome it. You know, this is the product that I use.
All right, thank you.
Here, Kelvin, just one more for me, actually, real quick. So you spent a month down in Mexico City and then didn't end up actually getting to fight. And then I saw you went and took a trip to Disney right after. Was the trip to Disney a bit more of a nicer vacation, I guess you could say?
Yeah. I mean, it was kind of a reset, you know, after a hard, grueling camp. Like, the last thing I want to do is think about fighting. So went out there with my girlfriend, and we had a good time.
Kelvin, what would you say to people that follow you in Mexico and could not see you fighting in UFC Mexico City? What do you say they will expect in this Saturday? Maybe if you want to answer in English and Spanish, it will be fine for me too.
A ver, pregúntame en español.
¿Qué mensaje le das a la gente que te sigue en México que no pudo ver tu pelea en UFC Ciudad de México? O sea, un mensaje que ¿qué van a esperar de ti esta pelea? Porque se quedaron pues con la expectativa de verte pelear allí.
Claro que voy ahí a levantar la bandera mexicana en alta porque pues no se pudo hacer. Mucha gente me comentó, me mandó mensajes que fueron a verme y que no pudieron. Obviamente se canceló última hora, pero les tengo esta sorpresa este sábado. Ojalá les guste la pelea, estoy listo y ojalá les guste el espectáculo.
Y tengo una más. Sé que también estuviste en contacto porque haces entrenamiento en el PI Ciudad de México con los hermanos Luna. Cuando compartiste el podcast con ellos, ¿qué impresión te dieron?
Buenísimos muchachos, tienen un gran futuro, me cayeron muy bien y yo creo que pues enseñaron una disciplina muy buena y pues yo creo que van a verlos muy pronto entre del UFC o en Dana White's Contender Series. Yo creo que van a entrar pronto.
Sí, justamente sabemos que ellos están a la espera de esto. ¿Cuánto tú crees? ¿Tú crees que será este año o quizás el próximo?
Tal vez este año, ¿no? Los veo con muy buen nivel. Todos los muchachos y las muchachas allá entrenando en el Peña en México escogieron un buen bonche de muchachos porque todos, la mayoría los veo con un muy buen futuro.
Muchas gracias, Kelvin.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Kelvin, cuando hablamos en México, de cara al mismo combate, la narrativa giraba más en el entorno de juventud contra experiencia. Habías hablado de, no entiendes por qué te perciben de esa manera. Sin embargo, de cara a esta reprogramación del combate, la narrativa ha cambiado, ¿no? ¿Sientes algún tipo de presión extra de ganar este combate luego de las expresiones de él? Sé que ya lo respondiste en inglés, pero me gustaría que pudieras abundar un poquito más en español. ¿Cuál fue tu percepción luego de sus expresiones y cómo se refirió a México luego de lo que le sucedió?
Sí, la verdad es que no me gustó nada los comentarios que hizo. Yo creo que se me hizo una falta de respeto. Verdad, ya después de la pelea que fue cancelada, verdad, no me gustó su carácter. O sea, y no me gustó sus comentarios. Y yo creo que la gente va a esperar que le dé unos coscorrones o dos el día de la pelea y tenlo por seguro que sí se los voy a dar.
Él durante toda la promoción ha dicho que quiere ser el primer peleador en noquearte, volviendo más a la narrativa del veterano contra el peleador más joven, ¿no? Cosa que nadie ha hecho. Cuando escuchas estas expresiones, ¿crees que es un error de su parte pensar en el knockout, sabiendo que eres un peleador sumamente duradero y que obviamente muchas personas consideran que eres mucho más completo y la experiencia que posees?
Sí, me parece, la forma que él habla me parece un poco bruto, me parece un poco tonto. Yo creo que lo voy a poder enseñar en la pelea, ¿no? Si él trata de buscar de knockout, pues le voy a enseñar otro nivel que no se ha enfrentado.
Y a nivel personal, obviamente eres un peleador con mucha experiencia, has estado en grandes batallas, una larga carrera. Este tipo de comentarios, este tipo de build-up de cara a una pelea, ¿todavía te afecta a nivel personal o tú haces tu trabajo y no tiene ningún efecto lo que él diga previo a la pelea?
La verdad es que no me afecta mucho, pero sí me molestó los comentarios, pero no me afectan tanto. Mi vida va a continuar normalmente y voy a estar bien, pero ¿cuál era la pregunta, perdón?
Si te afecta a nivel personal, o sea, si te enciende.
No me afecta a nivel personal. Esto es solo trabajo y a la escala mayor, esto es solo mi trabajo y esta pelea significa más que la pelea contra Joe Pyfer. Para mí es algo más grande.
Gracias, mucha suerte.
Gracias. Good. Thank you.